Yeah, Ms. Holloway is.
Okay, good.
All right. Welcome everyone to our city council meeting. Ms. Best, will you please do roll call?
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton, you have 7 present and 1 absent.
Okay. Is there a motion
6 present, 1
to,
absent. I apologize.
well, is there a motion to allow Ms. Holloway to participate virtually?
Make a motion, we approve.
Okay. For the record, Ms. Holloway, can you please state why you're participating virtually and where you're currently located?
Medical, 1109 Delaware Avenue, Hopewell, Virginia.
Okay.
Resident.
Okay. All right, motion's been properly made and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Go into close.
No, this is just to allow Ms. Holloway to participate.
We'll let her.
Mhm. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham,
I don't think so. Who seconded it?
Okay.
Jasmine did. Thank you.
Councilor Pelham, you said yes, right? Yeah. Thank you. Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
Second.
I'd like to, I'd like to amend the closed session motion to read as follows. Move to go into closed session meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss prospective appointees to various boards and commissions and to discuss and consider personnel matters for council employees, the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. And pursuant to Virginia Code Section 3711A6 to discuss the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public, the financial interest of the city would be adversely affected.
All right. Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. Motion's been made by Councilor Denton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
Can we clarify why we have to entertain what you want to do, Ms. Denton? Why wasn't that decided a week ago so the public would know? You don't have to answer, I'm just asking.
I can.
I'm sure you can.
I think he's wanting to answer.
So,
I mean, city manager, sorry, not he.
had some conversations today regarding one of the topics on our agenda, Francisco Landing, that I think would be appropriate to have a conversation in closed first.
Is that legal since we've already talked about it publicly?
We haven't actually talked about it publicly.
I think we have, haven't we?
So, but
There may be other aspects of it that changed that have not been discussed publicly.
So this was discussed, you already put your input that it was legal, Ms. Hudson?
It certainly comes within the exemption that's been stated. If you all choose to amend the closed session motion in that way, you certainly don't have to approve the motion.
Okay. I will not support the motion, but thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none. Roll call, please, Ms. Best.
Councilor Pelham,
No.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
No.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton, you have 4 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
All right.
Now, and just a reminder, that motion was to amend. Now you have to actually vote to go into closed session on that basis.
Okay.
Okay.
And whoever chooses to make the motion can simply state, move to go into closed session on the basis of the motion as it was amended.
Okay. Is there a motion for that?
I move to go into closed session based on the amendment that was just made to the motion to go into closed session.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
All right, it's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Would you read the motion again?
Yeah, it was the motion that you made.
No, it was your motion.
Okay,
I just said whatever your motion was
Okay.
what I was basing us to go into closed session based on.
Okay, roll call, please, Ms. Bess.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right. Ms. Holloway, if you want to call into the closed session, we'll meet you in there momentarily.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been properly made and properly seconded. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to come out of close.
Okay, can you please do the certification?
Yes. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Certification passes.
Okay. At this time, is there a motion to appoint Diane Varner to District 19 and Sabrina Watson to the Historic Preservation Committee?
So
So
moved.
second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Any discussion? All right, seeing no lights, roll call please, Ms. Bess.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right. At this time, I want to welcome all our visitors and guests for tonight's City Council meeting. Ms. Bess, can you please do roll call for our regular meeting?
Counselor Pelham,
Present.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton.
Here.
You have 6 present.
All right. At this time, can I have Reverend Tucker please come forward to do the invocation? And Counselor Denton will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Shall we all bow our heads? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for your presence over our city. We pray, dear Lord, for wisdom over our city council, Lord. We pray, Lord, for a spirit of working together and cooperation, which will strengthen this city greatly. We're praying, Lord, for safety for our law enforcement, our fire department, our teachers, Lord. Help them, Lord, so that they will go home safely to their families and see their children. And we thank you, Father, for your abiding presence, and may we rejoice in you. We bless your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
United States of
and to
America.
the republic for which it stands,
For which
one nation,
one
under
nation,
God,
under
indivisible, with liberty
indivisible,
and justice for
liberty
all.
and justice for all.
That was distracting.
All right. At this time, is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the regular agenda to, let's see, strike R2 Francisco Landing from the regular business.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
All right. R2 has been struck from the agenda. At this time, is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Counselor Randolph?
Can we just clarify that both of these meetings start at 6:30 under C6, please? The joint work session and the CDBG?
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I just wanted to make sure. I don't see Ms. Griffin in the,
Well, it's a rule that all our special meetings start at 6:30.
I know, but for some reason I was thinking CDBG didn't.
Well, we just say it will
And
be.
March is saying he didn't think so either. That's why I was clarifying.
Work whenever during the day or Zoom, however y'all.
No.
It's always at 6:30.
Tentatively, can we say that the CDBG is starting at 6:30 at this point, since we're not sure?
Yeah, fine with me.
Okay. Ms. Holloway, do you remember when it was scheduled for, the CDBG meeting?
I think it's on the 20th.
Yeah, but what time, 6:30?
I think it was 6:30.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is on my calendar for 6:30.
Okay, good, okay.
But
We're
we
good.
we have another one on the 27th also. I mean, it's one of those dates
It's on my calendar, it's for the 6th.
with
Okay,
Tavia.
I just wanted to make sure, because that was my concern. Okay, thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please, Ms. Bess.
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah,
Counselor Randolph.
Yes,
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Oh, okay. At this time, can I please have Miss Avila Jimenez please come forward?
Molly, can you read the proclamation out for her?
Sure. Office of Hopewell City Council.
Speak into the mic.
Yes. Office of Hopewell City Council.
come up here,
Avila,
baby. Turn.
Avila Jimenez, is that correct? Jimenez, sorry. Whereas Hopewell High School senior Avila Imrez won the state title in the 225-pound classification of the 2022 Virginia Girls Wrestling Championship on January 29, 2022 in Alexandria, Virginia. Whereas Avila Yamir, I'm sorry,
Jimenez.
defeated the reigning 225-pound champion in her first match of the day by a 7-5 decision, then pinned her opponent in 19 seconds in the semifinals. And whereas Avila
Jimenez.
Jimenez, I can't get that, I'm sorry, has served as captain of the Hopewell High School wrestling team and has earned great support and respect from her teammates. Therefore, be it resolved by the Hopewell City Council that Avila Jimenez hereby be commended for representing Hopewell High School and placing first in the 225-pound weight class at the 2022 Virginia Girls Wrestling Championship. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the council prepare a copy of this proclamation for presentation to Avila Jimenez as expression of the Hopewell City Council's admiration for her remarkable achievement.
Well, first thing, I think 19 seconds, that's pretty fast, so let me stand over here. But really, congratulations, your career and your service here with the wrestling team is really a great credit to the city and also to your coach as well. And I'd like to ask if the coach to please come up as well. That, you know, athletes and students are, you know, only as good as the coach and mentors that are with them. So I'd like to present you with this proclamation from the city council.
Kimmy, let's get, you want to get the family up with her?
Thank the family, yeah.
Come on up.
Is it a girls wrestling or is it just,
Women's
Yes.
wrestling?
it is separate now?
Kind of.
Oh, that's Kennedy. Is that Kennedy?
Good job. Good job.
You okay? Awesome.
All right. Next on the agenda is the financial report. Mr. Michael Terry.
Good evening, Council. Michael Terry, Finance Director. And I appreciate the opportunity to give you an update on where we are with the monthly financial report. I'd like to start out on page page 1, which is, we're going to cover the financial compliance and reporting section, which would be the city and schools external reporting and compliance plan. And then we will follow with the detail, looking at where we are from February and where we think we'll be at the end of 23 December. We will go through the progress that we've made to date in this current fiscal year, which is July 1, 22 through March 31st of 22. And then we'll talk about some operational and assignment things that I think are important for the council to know and overall public. And then we'll talk a little bit about the budget and where we are and in that cycle. And lastly, an update on where we are in our internal reporting with the internal transfers. If you would go to page 3, in general, this, if you recall, this was the plan that we laid out in front of you. Just to summarize and just to bring everybody back to a point, we're looking at addressing fiscal year 2019 and 2020 by the end of this calendar year. That's pretty aggressive, but we have to set some targets, and if we don't ever set anything, we won't achieve it. Just for the point of record, if you recall, the city manager is working with the attorney to finalize the contract to bring back to council with the auditor that we selected. We anticipate that'll happen shortly. Closing and reporting and audit workflow, as a reminder, if anyone just wanted to scoot over and peep, we call that the crawl report. I'll go into that in more detail, but that's just simply the steps that we use as our methodology to go through to close the books and then finally get to the point of financial statements, and then ultimately the audit is completed. The next 2 fiscal years to catch up on would be 2021 and 2022. And our plan of action is to accomplish that in 23, if you will, and by May of 23. And then lastly, the goal would be to be back online for the fiscal year ending 2023 and to complete that process at the end of the calendar year of 23. If you would go over now to page 5, I just want to make, since we talked about page 4, the crawl, I just want to make again everybody aware that we're working very diligently to change our terminology because sometimes I just realized that when the report is issued, it's not issued with different segment or departments or component unit. It says the City of Hopewell. And of course, a key component of the annual report is schools. And within the city, there are multiple city departments. I know there's a lot of focus on the Treasurer's Department because of cash, but there are other many departments that we have to rely on to have the books ready and for the auditor to be able to come in. So what we've done is just simply say these are the annual activities that both the city and schools have in front of them for the next 18 months or so. And we do perceive, to the best of our knowledge, that we're using existing staff as much as possible. We've gone beyond double duty. We just do whatever's required. But it's going to get to a point where we're going to need to have some additional support. When we get to that point, I will let you know that. But in the meantime, my goal or my philosophy, if you will, is that we just need to use the existing staff we have to the best of our ability, cover as much ground as possible. And then from there, what we cannot get done, we will reach out and get resources and also talk to the council about that. If we can go over to page 7, that's behind section 2. But on page 7, this gives you an idea of where we are with 2019. So I'll dive into this a little bit deeper, just to give you an idea. The crawl process, the closing processes again, starting with the cash reconciliations, getting the book straight, so beginning balance this year and closing process. We've increased a bit. What I'm more excited about is that there's an ownership between the city and schools that I've not seen since I've been here. I had a wonderful conversation again today with schools, and they have submitted, for your information, the 2018-2019 cash from their books to banks to the treasurer's office. Now, does that mean everything is reconciled? No. But if you heard what I said, they have completed that analysis and have at least submitted it to the treasurer's office to begin to have them to work it within their reconciliation overall. If you recall, we were probably a year and a half out getting that done. So it's just nice knowing that they are committed resources to make this happen. Also, I was updated by them that they began to work on their trial balance with their existing system that they have, and that's a really significant point. Coming back to the top line item that's highlighted in yellow under percentage of completion, that is simply saying that we know what we need to do. The auditor has not been signed up officially, has not come out and say, here are the schedules and here are the things you need to address. But we're moving on within our own efforts to do what we need to do. On the city side, again, the treasurer's operation has earmarked reconciliation as a key. Cash is king. But other departments that we've been working with, tax receivables, some of the other areas like in the enterprise funds, we've been working with them to get things posted on the books correctly. So overall, we've made a greater improvement than I've seen before. We still have a lot of ways to go. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat that, but what I'm saying to you is that we're moving forward. If we would turn over to page 9, this is related to our operation analysis under section 3. And I'm just going to bring your attention to, if you would just scan down to the bottom, starting with from the third from the bottom, the state compensation board. We are current in our monthly reporting with them. And then I wanted to report to you that the department DEQ actually sent us a formal letter on March 24th indicating that we are now in compliance with the landfill for the city. And so that's completed. And if you recall, I believe perhaps maybe at the next meeting, I know that the city manager indicated we would be working and bringing something back to you to finalize on the underground storage tank. But we actually have a completed confirmation from DEQ for the landfill. And then lastly, we're still making progress on all of what I call improvements and assignments within the Munis accounting system. And this is a group effort It would be impossible for us to have even gotten to 40% without the support of the technology department we have, and especially the Munis specialists that have come on board. We're just doing a lot of things, but the departments are very, very cooperative. We found some items that were not posted. I mean, serious dollar amount that were not posted. Certain functions of the system were not working. We just discovered that about a week ago. And everybody's, in addition to their normal duties and above and beyond, are working with Munis to try to get those corrected. So I just wanted to let everyone know that we're still on track to bring in some good news about some of the things that are there, such as having the citizens online where they can come in and look at things within the Munis system in real time. If we can go over to page 11, that is dealing with the budget under section 4. Where we are now is exactly according to the calendar. We're about 30% of the calendar, so we're on track for that. If we go over to section 5 and turn to page 13, this is the report that we go through, and independent of the city manager's office, we go through and we look several times to make sure that there are not any cross-fund transfers, and if there were, we would bring them to your attention, to the city manager's attention, to your attention, and make sure that you're aware of that. These were the transfers that took place during this reporting cycle, and we did not see anything, nothing was brought to our attention of any funds, cross-funds transfers. That completes my report for the month.
All right, are there any questions? All right, Counselor Gore, then Counselor Pelham.
Thank you. I think you said that there was something with the issue with items not being posted, and you said that was probably the delay for the open finance system. Did I hear you correctly? If I did not hear you correctly, just, say what you meant to say.
Well, I think you put 2 and 2 together, but I didn't say that.
Okay.
So you heard correctly according to your technical skills, and I would have to agree with you. The bottom line is that I think the open system is a very powerful system and needs to be in place. When I looked at it and as we've gone through it and whatever, I think it's going to be really good. But you cannot put something out there that's going to be to a disadvantage to the user. And so what we found is just some simple things. Just certain parts of Munis was not working according to what we perceived it should be. Some of the programming that was done, when you put it in the system, you get it in, but it might be a couple of years before you get back around using it. So what we're doing now is actually jumping into those areas so that if the money goes over here and it's supposed to post over there, so when the citizen pulls it up and see $100 instead of 0, that would make everybody happy.
It's cleaning up the system.
So that's what we're doing. Yeah, so that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Pelham.
Yeah, is this report generated by Munis itself or something with the percentages, or is that composed by you and your staff?
That's me.
Okay. Can Munis do that based on itself, or you have to do it this way?
Well, it's a report that I designed because it's the easiest way to convey. Otherwise, we would be just generating a large size report, because a lot of those steps in there are subjective steps. They're not a Munis step. They are a audit skill kind of test kind of steps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you said you would let us know when you needed more staff. Do you still hire people outside of Virginia to come here to help do these reports?
Say that again, ma'am?
Do you still hire people outside of Virginia to finish all these annual reports?
Well, at this moment, we haven't looked at hiring anybody at this moment. When we get to a threshold that we think we may need some resources, we will look for wherever we need to look at, but of course, there's plenty of resources here in Virginia.
Right, I'm saying, so the person that you had in the past year, they're not here any longer, namely the person from Nevada?
Yeah, he's not here any longer.
Okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay, Counselor Randolph.
Mr. Terry, on the bottom of page 9 in red, you got something about the work that you're doing, and I'm particularly interested in the water renewal since there were issues there. And are we still planning on a third-party payment change next year?
Yes. I know you asked him, but I'll answer
Yeah,
for him.
I saw
Yes.
him nodding, so I
Yes,
looked
the
at
answer
him.
to that question is
So when do
yes.
we start planning for that? From your end, Mr. Terry?
From my end would be getting the auditor in here,
Yep,
getting him acquainted to what we have discovered,
right,
getting some input from him, what's the bare minimum,
okay,
and then doing a very quick functional analysis of the overall, because it's not just those guys, it's the treasurers and whatever. Getting that unity and getting that input, then we'd be ready to go.
okay. So since the audit won't be done until the end of the year, you're not looking at getting this input till
Yeah. until-
beginning of next year?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And based upon that, then our implementation would be later next year? Okay,
Yeah, and the input will allow us to develop the implementation plan with all the stakeholders at the table, along with the advice from the auditor.
Right.
So we'll be in a position to be able to move.
okay. Just anxious to get that cleaned up and done.
We've.
And am a little disappointed that it'll be later next year, but I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Counselor Gore?
Thank you, Counselor Randolph. So I'll just say I don't understand because Ms. Hudson, you weren't here at the meeting. You had someone from the firm step in. I had asked where we were at with the RFP for the audit that we had voted on for those 4 departments, and wastewater is one of them. And we were told that you're holding to look at it. So where are we at with that? Because that shouldn't slow down what Mr. Terry's talking about, because it was supposed to be a separate auditing firm.
I do have, Mr. Altman provided to me the RFP and a draft contract that,
Well, those are two divisions.
I'm sorry?
So she has the draft contract for RFC to review to bring the auditor on board, which y'all voted to and approved.
The regular audit.
Right.
Right.
But
Okay.
not the fraud.
Right, you've got the RFP for
Yes.
that, yes.
And I am almost done revising that RFP, so I do have it, it's underway. The changes are not extensive, so I expect to get them to Mr. Altman very shortly.
Okay, so then, Mr. Terry, if I'm tracking, because I thought this whole time I was gonna have a different group come in to talk to those 4 departments, and one of them is wastewater.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't have to wait until the other audit is done, because if we have the auditing firm coming in, they should be able to give you feedback, yes?
Okay, let me,
Or do you need to still have the other one done too?
okay. Let me try to repeat so that I make sure I understand what you're saying. We've got internal review or internal audit type group that will be coming in based on RFP, okay? And then we have the normal, regular auditor. So what has to happen is, when that occurs, it just has to be an extremely amount of coordination so that there isn't duplication and just confusion and burnout of staff. It's as simple as that. We just have to coordinate.
Okay, so let me clarify. I thought previously, based off of the audit reports, the 4 departments that we voted to have the special auditor come in, they historically have not really been included in the main audit because of kind of what's been going on. So the purpose was to bring in someone else that can work with them and not impede the primary audit. So I guess I know there will have to be overlap, but from based on what you just relayed, would it be that much overlap? Because they shouldn't really be involved in the other one, right?
Yeah, it's overlap. Depending on how the structure is in the RFP and what you're looking for, that particular group has a different mission that they're going to be looking at, reviewing, testing, interviewing, and so you would have the same
I don't mean
department.
I don't mean to cut you off. I think I hear you, but I want to make sure we're on the same page before you even waste your breath doing the rest of that. Okay, I was trying to
Okay,
save you.
that's fine.
Because when you said that, to be clear, we didn't ask for a fraud. we asked for a compliance audit. So that's what you mean when you say like asking questions and stuff like that. It's not gonna be the same. Okay, just wanna make sure. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So they're gonna be asking questions and trying to get that stuff out. Okay.
And the thing that I want to make sure everyone understands, that in your annual audit, there is the compliance. When we sign Robinson, Farmer, and Cox on, they have to do their normal compliance, which is a part. What I understand this review will be is a little bit different
Deeper.
than that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you just need
you
to
have to do
be.
that. You have to do that by the
So both of
APA.
them will need to be done for you to, so your response to Counselor Randolph is still would stand essentially. You need to have both of them done in order for you to really look at that third-party billing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or we need input from both, not necessarily completely completed, but we need input from those two parties with the local stakeholders.
Go ahead, Counselor Randolph. I think you got me. I'll tag you in. Go ahead.
Well, we're talking about, so I think Mr. Terry, and correct me if I'm wrong, so one of the question that Ms. Randolph had asked was, and you responded to, was the reason we are looking for the input from the auditor is in the assistance in the design of the process, right? How it will function, what it needs to touch.
Okay, let's clarify.
Yeah.
Because we've got two auditors,
Uh-huh.
and I'm not sure that we're clearly understanding which ones you're talking about. So let's talk about it being an annual auditor and a special auditor, okay? Easy, simple. So when I asked you the question about the wastewater, you were referring only to the annual auditor, correct?
Correct.
Because you want the input from that particular person
Exact.
and how it fits in.
Yes.
What is the timing of the special auditor? I know that we're still in a contract phase review with the attorney, but once we get the okay to go out and get the RFP, what is the timing for you all to get this person on board and to do these 4 departments for the in-depth compliance that we're asking them to do outside of the annual audit?
Right.
Is that going to be a 3-month period? I mean, that seems reasonable to me for 4 departments, but I don't know. Do you have any idea how long that particular special audit is gonna take?
At this point, I do not.
Okay.
But the way you've defined it.
Yes, sir.
Because haven't really seen the final draft for the RFP.
Okay.
Because.
Neither have we.
I'm a spec, if you will, a project manager, and specs. When I look at the specs and I see what is really being requested.
Yes,
and then
sir.
if you all stamp that as that's what you really want.
Right.
Yeah, we can step up and say, this is exactly what it's going to take in the time, and here's the time frame from.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But it
if
gotta
we
be done.
finish the special audit
Yes, ma'am.
well in advance of the annual audit, which
Yes,
we
ma'am.
know or hope is gonna be finished by year end,
Yep.
then are we waiting on the annual audit to finish, or can that auditor then put their 2 cents worth in with the special auditors to help us to get at least wastewater to the point we need for the changeover next year for internal billing?
Well, from an aggressive, that your heart's desire, you want to get this done, I could just nod my head, and I'm not going to do that out of
Okay.
respect for you as an auditor yourself. What we would have to look at is the design of the system, period. And when I say the design of the system, I don't necessarily mean physical, but the subjective, the objective, the ins out, all of the departments that are there. And if the general auditor has said, okay, this is the normal kind of process that other installations are doing, and we can see that you all can do that, and this deep dive compliance group is saying, yeah, but by the way, Sally Sue over there has a tendency or would have the ability to do X, Y, Z, or is not doing X, Y, Z unless you give her credentials within Munis to do it. We would be smart to just make sure we incorporate all of that,
Right.
step back, and then say to you all that we'd like to now talk about implementing the billing system.
Okay,
It cannot be a passion implementation like Munis was getting it in.
right,
Because you're going to be another 3 to 4 years untangling that.
right,
And I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'll use all my strength to make sure that that doesn't happen.
yes. I just want to, I don't want us to wait.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I understand staffing is tight,
Right.
and I understand that you're being pulled in a lot of directions.
Right.
But I also, if we don't have to wait to start that project next year, and we can start looking at planning and implementing
Yes.
on paper where we need to be, we'll be ready to do it rather than starting that later
Yes.
and being only ready at the end of the year.
I hear you.
Because that's such an important part of what we're trying to transition.
Yes, ma'am, I hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Terry? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Terry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Moving on to our public hearings. Public hearing number 1, Mrs. Griffin.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and our members of City Council. I believe the first public hearing is for 3200 Trenton Street.
Yes.
Okay. The city has received a request from Charlotte Kirk, and this was, we had a work session about this with City Council at your March 22nd meeting, so it wouldn't be the first time that you're hearing this, so I'm just going to go over it fairly quickly. Ms. Kirk is requesting a conditional use permit in order to convert a garage to an accessory apartment at her property located at 3300 Trenton Street. The property is zoned R2, and in the R2 district, a property owner can request that a residential garage be converted to an accessory apartment. This is a aerial map of the location of 3300 Trenton Street. Is at the corner of Trenton and Blackstone Avenue. The use as required by the zoning ordinance, it has to be for an elderly relative. If that person is not elderly, then they have to be disabled. And Ms. Kirk is requesting this for, she is having some issues herself physically, and so her daughter and son-in-law are moving in with her, and this will be the mother of the son-in-law, that, if you followed what I just said. So it will be someone that is 55 and over that will be staying in the residential accessory apartment if approved. This is a picture of the house, and also I've drawn an arrow where the accessory apartment is located. This just gives you an overview of the requirements. Most of this I've already said. One thing that the ordinance requires us to look at is if there is sufficient off-street parking. There is plenty of space in their driveway that we believe that this person can use. And this permit must be reviewed annually. And as Councilor Pelham asked at the work session, we do have a mechanism in order to give us a little email when that time comes up through our Munis system. The Planning Commission at their meeting recommended approval of this application. The building official was asked to inspect the unit prior to the tenant occupying the space. He's already did this. There will have to be some upgrades made prior to this person moving in, and they also require the installation of a railing across from the toilet and the restroom to make sure that it's handicap accessible. And Ms. Kirk, who I don't see here tonight, unfortunately, but she is agreeable to having all of this done. And she was there when the building official came out and provided her the tour, she provided him the tour of the garage. So tonight, we are asking for the City Council either to approve with the conditions, those that the Planning Commission provided, or additional conditions, or to deny the request by Charlotte Kirk in order to use a garage and convert that to an accessory apartment. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Mrs. Griffin? Councilor Pelham?
Do you remember the request that came from, I think it was in Ward 4, one time, just similar to this? I think we disapproved it. I couldn't find it.
Since I've been here that I can remember, the only other accessory apartment that I've come before you was for one that you approved, and that would have been,
Over Danville.
no, starts with the K. Help me, Mr. Altman.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Kenwood.
Kenwood Avenue.
Thank you. Kenwood Avenue. And that was approved, if not last year, the year before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So same, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mrs. Griffin? Counselor Gore?
And that one for Kenwood, that was another relative too, that we had, it was a female that she came and presented, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so make sure I'm tracking.
All right. This time I will open up the public hearing for 3300 Trenton Street conditional use permit. Ms. Best, did we have anybody sign up to speak?
No, we did not.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve with conditions, or deny the request submitted?
I make a motion that we approve the request from Charlotte S. Kirk for 3300 Trenton Street as requested and as
As
with
presented?
no conditions.
Okay. Is there a
Other
second?
than, were there conditions? You did say there were conditions. With the conditions that there was the installation of a railing across from the toilet restroom.
Second.
Okay. All right, motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Denton. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, public hearing number 2, Mrs. Griffin.
Yes, and I'm gonna have to ask Ms. Bess if she can pull up that, yeah, just that little aerial map. This is a request that's come to the city council some time ago. The Hope Road Redevelopment and Housing Authority owns property off of East Poitras Street adjacent to their office. It is actually 2,500 to 2,700 square feet. And they have been improving that area or maintaining that area for some time. It is an open space area, 2,700 square feet, and they have been mowing the lawn for decades. Their assumption was that they owned the land, and it was only after looking at the property records that they realized they did not. And so this was brought before you, I think on last year, and the recommendation was that the Housing Authority provide some type of compensation for the property, and the thought was $5,000. They have agreed to that. And because it is city-owned property, there is a public hearing that's required, and that's tonight. And if it's agreeable, they would purchase the property, the 2,700 square feet that they've been maintaining for $5,000.
All right, are there any questions for Mrs. Griffin? All right, seeing no lights.
Well, you're gonna do the public
Yeah.
hearing?
All right, the public hearing is now open. Ms. Best, did anybody sign up to speak?
No, they did not.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this public hearing? Okay, none? Close the public hearing. At this time, is there a motion to approve, deny, or approve with conditions?
I make a motion that we approve the purchase of the property,
The sell.
So,
sorry, sell, yeah, we don't need to buy anymore. We sell the property on East Poitras Street to the Hopewell Redevelopment and Housing Authority for $5,000 purchase price.
second.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Gore. Is there any further discussion? None? Okay. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett. I'm sorry, I forgot to mark her off. Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
No.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right. Public hearing number 3, Mr. Altman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. This evening, we have a public hearing for council to consider and set the tax rates for the tax year 2022, beginning January 1 of 2022, ending December 31st of 2022. You have a copy of the tax rate ordinance in your packet this evening. City manager's proposed FY '23 budget proposes an increase of the real estate tax of 15 cents, which would increase the real estate tax from $1.28 from $1.13 to $1.28 per hundred of assessed value to address the operational capital needs required for the operation of the city services. The total amount of the budget is $190,183,493. The issues behind the tax rate increase is in the packet, primarily the
Yeah, it's upside down.
yeah, mid-year raises that were provided for police, fire, public works, and the sheriff. Those mid-year raises result and associated benefits result in an impact on on the proposed budget of $1,894,942.39. Then there's the health insurance renewal and BRS increases, which were $605,000. We have some general service contract increases, munis, things like of that nature, that result in a $183,000 increase. We've factored in the state's Department of Social Services increase in salary increase in their budget, which is about $68,000. Now, having said that, we factored in the 5% increase. There's a discrepancy between the Senate and the House budgets. One has a 5% increase. I think the Senate side has a 4% and a 1% bonus. And we'll know the outcome of that once the state finalizes their budget. There's some additional funding needed in recreation of about $60,000. Hopewell Public Schools requests for additional funding of the $257,079. And then I'm asking council to consider funding a class and compensation study. Given the mid-year raises that were provided, there's a need to look at our remaining departments from a equity perspective across the board and a market perspective to look at any adjustments that need to be made there, and also compression issues that we have. So that's $100,000. So the overall increase in the budget is $3.2 million. Ultimately, we have additional funding available, as I indicate in the budget, that really drops that number, the additional funding requirement, to about $2 million this year. And in order to address that gap, that's why we advertised the public hearing, and so the public knows the advertisement is made to allow the council to increase it. If we do not advertise an increase, then they don't have the flexibility to make an increase in the rate. So what we did was we advertised a rate that would take us to that need a little, but with the understanding and the reality likelihood that council probably would not increase the taxes at all. So then we would then have to begin our budget discussions and how we're going to address that issue. But the advertisement was to provide council the flexibility in order to do that should they choose. It does not mean they have to increase it 15 cents. They could do 1 penny. But if you do not advertise an increase, then there's no flexibility with that. So we advertised it. I'd ask for council's action this evening. Our treasurer's here. In between the treasurer, our commissioner of revenue, and our real estate assessor, they met earlier in the year and asked that I would consider putting this on for tonight, this evening, for a decision, so that it gives them ample time to process all of the real estate tax bills and get them out to the residents in the city in a timely manner. So I'm here and I appreciate all the work that our treasurer has done on this issue to assist us. And that is all I have. Any questions of council, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Mr. Altman?
Can you tell us what, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Councilor Pelham.
You said there were new monies, revenues for $1 million?
So there was some additional personal property tax revenues that came in, and a little bit in M&T that helped offset some of that increase. Yes, ma'am.
And it took it down,
Took it down to approximately $2 million is the need.
And $2 million is 15 cents?
For doing my math right, it's about $546,000 a penny, so we're right at $2 million. Yes, ma'am.
So that is right. That's where you get your 15 cents from?
Yes, ma'am.
And so all these are just requests of the, class and comp study. That's for the entire city, only $150,000,
Yeah, just to do the study, yes, ma'am.
or to do the study?
Yeah,
I
to do the
thought-
study.
okay,
And we had it in last year's budget, but it was an item that I took out of the budget when council agreed to do the 2.5% COLA for staff. So we took it out of the budget last year. I'd like to put it back in because we do have some issues across the organization that we need to look at and see where we stand from a market perspective. And we've got some compression issues with some individuals.
Yeah. And the other thing is the 5% salary increase for the DSS. Is that mandated by the state? Are we still giving them raises and then the state, they get a
So-
raise when the state comes as well?
So, no ma'am. If, since I've been here, I have, continued to ask the question regarding raises. So if the Department of Social Services wants to participate in the raise, the state raise, then they will abide by the state increases, and we will not include them in our increases in the future. And last year, when when they got a raise through the state, that was an election that DSS made. So from my perspective, we're not going to include them in the class and comp, and they won't be included in future increases that we consider for city employees because they're participating as a state agency.
And did the other constitutional officers get the same option? Or do they
I don't-
get state
so-
raises too? Some people, the ones that work for the state, some are local, some are state employees.
Right.
How do y'all work that out?
So you get, well, there wasn't any specific language in last year's budget related to the other, to the constitutional offices. Those dollars flow through the comp
Com
board
board, yes.
and come down. And we have a variety of mixture of city-funded employees dependent upon the department and comp board-funded employees. But those funds would come through the comp board, come to the city to pay for those employees' salaries. This is, and I don't, Ms. Gore might be able to correct me. So as a state employee, the 5% is something that they're looking at as a state employee increase across the board. And DSS, being a state agency, they would be eligible for that increase.
For this constitutional officers don't get, they have a separate
Right. That's
process for raises.
Yeah, that goes through the comp board. And for DSS, we pay a percentage of that increase. So this would represent, and don't hold me, but I'm thinking we pay like 18%, I think. Of the total.
18%.
So the state would pay the other portion of the increase raise. The city's portion here, the $67,000, is representative of about 18% of the increase. The state would pick up the rest. If I'm pulling the number out of the thin air right now, but I think that's close.
And so with the salary, this health insurance renewal and VRS increase, those numbers were not provided when we voted for raises for safety officers, is that correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I can't remember why we did not calculate the total amount of the raise, but what the departments brought forward was the salary portion, then there was effective increases as a result of benefits.
I know, so we really passed something not knowing the whole story, correct?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
that's not good. It's more than $500,000.
Well, no, actually, so the health insurance and renewal and VRS increase, that's for everybody. That isn't for the raises. That's for everybody. That was the $565,000 that we brought to council 2 meetings ago to renew. We had the discussion about renewing health insurance and bidding it out. That $600,000 is inclusive of that number plus the VRS increase that we're receiving for all city employees.
So in the future, you need to remember that, correct? I mean, if you know someone's getting a larger salary, all those other benefits naturally increase, so.
Oh, yeah. I believe Ms. Gore made that comment.
Okay.
She did.
And then the service contracts, what service contracts are they?
So service contracts
I know what they are, which one in particular?
I
didn't
don't
see
know
that.
specifically off the top of my head at the moment which ones they are, but we factored in a increase, and I think the number was a 2% increase in service contracts generally to cover what we may see as an increase, but we'll be able to identify them for you, but I don't have those
Why
specific.
do we have to order?
Munis was one of them, I think.
Well, my thing is, we need to know what the contracts are and how much we giving these people. And are we at a point now where we're advertising instead of just extending automatically these service contracts?
Well, some of the service contracts are for our software. So
I mean, well,
we're not gonna buy Munis every year.
I understand.
That's, so, and some of them may be for the copier that we have. There's an increased
Well,
cost in
whatever
the
they're
copier.
for.
So,
When-
again, I don't have specifically today every one of those increases.
You have to, because you came up with a
But-
total.
Okay, I don't have it with me today to tell you this one, this one, and this one. I will have that for you, but I don't have that today.
I don't understand how we can vote on something we don't know.
Well, you're
Total
not,
story.
well, one, we're not
I know,
asking.
I know,
You know,
okay.
the tax rate is the,
I
these are the
understand, but
numbers
we'll-
that drive that 15%,
Well, the information behind each one of these budget items, you need to
and they
share
will.
with us, and then also, how do you anticipate paying for it in the out years? Since it's a recurring, what
So-
projected revenue do you plan
Right.
on
Well,
placing it against?
one of the things that you have for out years is next year will be a real estate reassessment year. So that will garner additional revenue for the city next year, next calendar, year, because it's a calendar year effective July 1st of 2023. That will provide additional funding for the budget next year to address these needs. Because we are seeing high increases in sales prices here in the city above, so in some cases well
Too
above
much,
assessed
yeah.
values. So
Ridiculously high.
that would, if there's an issue of, let's assume for a moment, and I'm confident that I understand your position, you're not interested in increasing the real estate tax rate. So if council decides not to do that, we will need to rely on that, holding the rate next year to capture those revenues to address those increased costs. And there's a lot here with regard to our tax rate. In the past, we have increased rates to address capital needs downtown. We did increased the real estate tax rate to $1.20, probably 04, 05, somewhere in that area. We haven't paid that debt off, but we've reduced the tax rate. So we still have that debt out there, but we've reduced our ability to garner the revenue to pay for that debt. So what that does is it makes us go into our operating budget and take from departmental needs to pay that debt. So, I mean, in some cases, you could say we should hold the rate where it is until the debt's paid off. But we haven't done that. If in fact, we went from $1.20 all the way down to, I think, 99 cents at one point in time.
Well, yeah, that's.
And
the
then
cheap-
went back up to $1.08, and now we've gone back up to $1.13. And in that time, not only did we take on the debt for the library and the downtown improvements, we took on the debt for the improvements to the high school, which was a 6-cent increase at the time. But, you know, we have that debt layered on, and all that does is take money out of your operating budget to pay debt service as opposed to holding the rate and using that to pay off the debt.
Right.
You know, you just couldn't convince that council to do that, so everybody's different.
I don't know, we've been a yo-yo for sure.
Yeah,
up and
99
down.
cents was the cheapest and $1.20 when I got here 17 years ago, so. Did you look at, giving us any monetary amount for machine and tools increase or?
Well, so there has been some increase in the machinery and tools and.
Not since I've been here.
No,
That
not the-
305 has been here for probably
Right.
18 years.
Not the rate, not the rate.
The rate has been here for quite a while.
Correct.
2003.
So it's been what it is now, since 2003. It's been 305 since '03. There has been some additional revenue created this year. We realized some, but you're gonna get, roughly $25,000, $30,000 a penny there. We did not advertise an increase in any of the other tax rates, so if council wanted to do that, we'd have advertised another public hearing to increase those rates to garner revenue. But it doesn't garner us that much per penny, so to address the large need that we had, the place place that you went would be real estate. But you could adjust those
I ain't
rates.
going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere yet, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So can you figure out how much that would have to increase to at least accommodate some of the, to offset some of the, increase?
Yeah, we can certainly look at what we would have to do with M&T. We can give you a schedule, you know, X
Yeah.
number of pennies to get you to there.
Yes. And normally when we do that, we talk to the industry first, or we just, I think I remember talking to them one time.
We've talked to them in the past. Of course, we haven't done it in a long time, but
Right.
in '03, we did have conversations with them about the increase.
I wasn't here then.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's all I have right now.
Okay, Counselor Gore and then Counselor Randolph. I'm sorry,
I was gonna
Mr.
make-
Terry.
Do you
said-
still want to comment, Mr. Terry, before I speak?
I think you passed the point, but I just think it would be important for all of council and anyone listening in with the questions that Mrs. Pelham was raising. The service contract increases will be covered in your expenditure workshop. And the detail on that, we'll make sure that you get that. This is a revenue issue, or revenue side for tax rate. So definitely in the workshop, you will have what is in the service contracts and what is, what they are covered and what departments have them in, and that type of thing. So I thought it would be probably important to know that that information on timing comes with the expenditure side. This is just really the revenue side.
But it takes revenue to pay the expenditures, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in the case that the city manager was referencing, fortunately, we got a good forecast from the Commissioner of Revenue that would take care of that.
Take care of what? Take care of what? The
Take
whole
care of
2
the
million?
majority of the items from health insurance all the way down to class and comp. That's that additional amount he was speaking about, that $750 about.
Thank you.
Counselor, Counselor Gore.
It's okay. So I'm gonna save my comments to after, during the vote, if we have a vote. It's pretty much alluded that I gave forewarning when we was doing these raises. So I have a few questions, and I did not ask them in advance because my hope would be everyone would be prepared tonight to be able to answer questions that they should have the information in front of them, right? So, in terms of this forecast of revenue, when did that come about? And I have not recalled seeing anything like that. So we typically get historical information in regards to the revenue we collected, what we projected, and so we can get an estimate of what we're anticipating in this upcoming budget. I don't recall seeing that. So that's a question for the treasurer and Mr. Altman in regards to those projections. Where are they?
So there's prepared and put in your mailbox a memo regarding the revenue side of the world. The council had also asked for all of the increases to the current year budget that were made out of the budget cycle. We provided that to you on March,
Yeah,
before March 10th. It was like March 8th or something like that, but we provided that information
correct.
to give you a thumbnail of, hey, this is what we know we did, and this is what it would equate to from a real estate tax rate increase, and it's still at that 15 cent that we provided that information.
But what about the revenue projections and where we are currently with our collection of revenue? Because
Can't answer the question.
essentially, and I understand what you're saying and what you said is accurate. We know based off of what was passed, this is the dollar amount that's needed, and this is the tax that will be needed to pay for it. However, you can't set a tax rate without knowing what you've collected, what you're projecting for the next year, because it's a deduction, it's math.
Yeah.
So you go with the 15 cents off the top, but yet we might collect more that can offset that it's premature. And then I hear tonight about forecasts that might take away some of the stuff that's in the public hearing, but we haven't seen any of that stuff. So one, I have an issue with where are the projections. Two, I have an issue with the Commissioner of Revenue's memo about this proposed landfall that came in. Where is that at? So, Mr. Terry, you can go ahead and take bite one, or the first part of it if you want to, about the projections. But I was really looking for the projections because I don't see how a budget can be created without one, let alone a tax rate.
I think what is missing here is that all that information was provided.
You talking to Mike? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I think what is missing here is that all information was provided in a PowerPoint and detailed projections, and that's a part of the revenue work session that,
It was canceled.
yeah, that did not happen. But I understand that, well, I know we prepared the notebook that has all this detail that you're talking about, including the schedules. And it's not just the Commissioner of Revenue that's on the revenue projection, that was the treasurer and whatever.
Right.
So all of that information is.
So
in the
what is the reduction in what we're anticipating for revenue? Because I hear you, but what I'm trying to say is why is the tax let me be clear. I understand that what's advertised is just the high end. I understand that, and we don't have to do that. But what I'm saying is, why is that number still not reduced for what's anticipated with revenue? That's a part that's not connecting for me.
So if Mr. Terry can correct me, it's not an issue of not getting a revenue reduction. So we did realize some new revenue,
Right,
but our expenditures went up
Right.
because associated with those mid-year raises.
right.
So that's the kind of the, so we have some, you know, if you look here, the service contracts and those are kind of budgetary things that had we not had the mid-year raises, we probably could have absorbed those issues without anything. The mid-year raises are what really did us in moving forward into this budget year. So there's-
Understood, but and let me, maybe I'm not clear, but Councilor Rowell keeps smiling when I say something, so I think she's understanding where I'm going. The 15 cents, again, I know it's not dead, I mean, it's not a hard number, but that's with everything. We know apparently that there's revenue projected to come in. That should have offset some of what's in here. You just announced it tonight, but what I'm saying is, where was that with the creation of this proposal? That, it seems like it's out of step. Or either the numbers are not right or not there, something is off.
So the budget as proposed with everything in it includes the additional revenue, if I'm correct. So it's really,
So then what did our additional revenue eat up then before we knew about it?
It's a guesstimate.
No, do you get what I'm saying? Because if we're doing a baseline budget from last year, if we get the same amount of revenue we got last year and we have the same budget from last year, it should be even.
right.
If we get new revenue and we have a baseline budget, where did that new money go? And you're saying it's ate up by
Pay the
this.
new expenses.
Right, but it can't be because the tax rate is including all the new expenses, so where is that at?
So the delta, again, it went to address offset some of the increases that we're experiencing, but this is the biggest piece of that increase, were those raises. So there isn't enough money with the existing tax rate to address that increase.
So realistically speaking, as of tonight, we're looking at 1.8 for the raises and 604,000. I don't have a calculator out, but that's what, if I'm listening to you correctly, off of this chart, that should be the only two things not covered.
Well, no,
And what else?
well, I'm trying to follow you.
Because someone said service contracts down should be covered by the projected revenue increase.
If we took away, I think we would have had enough revenue to address some of those, not all. We would have been able to deal with it a little bit easier. But the big piece puts us over is the salary and the benefits, puts us way over.
Okay.
And that's where we need, and that's so, looking at the need for the increase in the rate, and again, realistically understanding the council won't have an appetite to want to do that, that's where we would look at alternatives to addressing it, one of which comes to the easiest thing to do is you look at your American Rescue Plan.
No,
Act
I get
million.
what you're saying, but you're not
Yeah.
answering my question.
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, but I'll be clear then. If there is this estimated amount of money that's coming in from what I heard earlier was the Commissioner of Revenue's office, what on here now do you know can be covered with that money? So we can only know what is left to be considered.
So we've got about it's ultimately a $2 million shortfall. So Mr. Terry jumps to the mic.
Do you all have the budget?
Some of them do and some of them don't.
No, and I asked for it earlier, I was told it wasn't prepared, it wasn't ready.
It was here. It's in your box.
I just checked and I was like, that was the first question I asked when I came in.
Okay, just a moment, ma'am. Alrighty, so,
What page are you on for the budget?
I'm just on my notes. From the agenda pack that went out, the city manager had, communications to city council, the memorandum. If everybody can have access to this, it may go quicker.
Not everyone has it.
We
Just,
don't have that.
just explain it. Well,
Okay.
you
No, I'm
have it.
saying, he's
I
saying
have,
that-
but I need to know a page
Yeah.
number.
Just tell them what, Ms. Pelham just wants to know what page you're on of the memo.
He doesn't have a page.
But
The memo that you're talking about, Mr. Altman, can you put that back in our mailboxes? Because I didn't,
is.
I mean, I checked it a couple days ago and I didn't have a memo.
Okay,
And
we can run additional copies, but there's memos and,
And just to be clear,
I
I don't know
didn't
what's in this memo, but I'm not trying to overly complicate things. All I'm saying is on the chart that's on the screen, what comes off. Okay, is that okay? Let's make sure we're on the same page.
yeah.
The reason I want the chart up there, because it would just answer a question really quick.
Okay.
Okay. It starts out with salary, associated benefits, mid-year range, 1.89. And you come down with health insurance, service contracts, DSS, all the way down to class and comp. So basically, the increase that we were able to obtain that offset, if you subtract from the 3.2, roughly 750K was the personal property increase that we got from the Commissioner of Revenue. That was really recent. That wasn't like in the beginning of the process. Now, this is where I don't want to lose anybody and not trying to be technical, but this is not where you can hold up a flag and say one for one. The netted number of all of the increases and all of the different things, and in your budget book, you will be able to see a schedule that shows the increase by revenue line item till you get to the bottom. But the net number is approximately about 280K for coming again out of the Commissioner of Revenue earlier on in the process. When you take that number, those two numbers, 750 and 280K from the 3,000,002, you're roughly around 2.1 million. And you take what a penny is, and that'll get you close to your 15. So your question is a valid question. Your question is, can I look at one for one and see what's going on? I clearly get what you're saying, but what has taken place is the increase on a normal, we had a so-called flat budget, starting from last year. The revenue came in, and so the increase that we had in the other categories like health insurance and so forth and so on, what the city manager is saying, without the salary increase or the mid-year increase for a selected group, we probably would have that met.
So then the answer
That's
is the
over.
salary is the only thing that needs to really, do you get what I'm saying? I don't- So is that the simple, I'm not trying to be funny, is that the simple answer? Is the salary is the only thing that, from this chart, that still needs to be paid for?
So the salaries, when you really get to it, that's the 15 pennies. Is that okay?
You the finance
And
person.
so that, I'm not trying to think, I'm just making sure, because,
Yeah.
and you're saying the booklet that we're gonna get, or should be getting in our mailbox, one of those answers has the projections in there that I'm looking for? Okay, because that's where I really wanna see, and then, thank you, Mr. Terry. And then for the, I have two other questions. I don't understand how come VRS was not calculated in these salary, and I don't understand it was an oversight, because if I heard you correctly, and I think what's in here, and even in the write-up in our packet, it said like the VRS and other HR benefits were not included, and I think Ms. Palm asked you that, and you said yes on the dais too, that they weren't included in the original vote that we did.
For when you approve salaries, the salary increases, what was presented that night was not inclusive of benefit increases.
Okay, so then my question is, I'm not sure how that could happen. And the reason why I say that is because when we meeting council, whenever we ask anything about staff positions or we ask to create one, even the clerk's position, deputy clerk, we've always received an answer that was clearly including the fringe benefits because you can only budget that way, right? So what I don't understand, that's like a common practice, common knowledge, common understanding. When they present to those numbers, how could that be missing entirely? It makes no sense, especially when we were told HR was involved in the process. So, I mean, it's a big, I'm not trying, it's a problem.
No, it is.
That it wasn't included. It's like, so do you have any, I mean, were you aware it wasn't included?
I knew that what we were presenting was, from the departmental perspective, was their salary needs, and we needed to look at what those adjustments would need to be. And we knew that in the current year that we were doing the adjustments, we would probably have the ability to address those in the current year. Going forward was the issue of what the impact would be going forward, the additional salary and the budget for the impact on 2023.
But they had projections for what they felt like the next years were gonna cost. They had projections
Yeah,
in
they
that
did,
packet.
the departments did salary projections, yes.
Right, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
when they talk about
No,
next
but-
year, what's it gonna
right.
cost, they had projections, I don't know how they didn't
No,
think about
that was,
benefits.
yeah, you're correct, that was not something that was provided, that was an oversight on our part.
So, looking at what you provided to us in this packet, you specifically mentioned that that there's the option to go back and evaluate those votes, because for the, maybe she can scroll down and say, because you said that was an option to go back
No.
and to really assess it. So can we get a clear picture
So
of what it is?
I wouldn't, what I'm saying is I don't.
I'm not saying to undo it, all I'm saying
Right.
is to get clarity on what exactly passed.
So what was passed by council was a increase and then a step increase that would be effective with the upcoming budget. What I'm suggesting is that we do not look at this, we postpone the step increase until we can evaluate where we are from a revenue perspective. So everyone got an increase in salary in the fall or first quarter of this year, depending upon which department it was. Instead of giving a step increase in July, defer that for a time for a year, so we know where we are.
And
then
this
that-
1.8, I mean to cut you off, but
Yeah.
this 1.8 would be to cover the current step, not to go up?
That does not include the current, the step increase. It is
Just the
the
current?
salary increase that was given for, of that
Just to
effect
keep
on
the,
July.
yeah, just to keep the current.
Yeah, just to keep the decision that was made, the impact there, and the benefit piece. So that's the 1.8. It's not inclusive of a July 1 step. That would increase that number even more.
Yeah, so, do you know what that number would have been?
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think we talked about, Mr. Terry, it might double that number.
If we had did the step increase?
Yeah.
Double the number? So you took like $3 million increase off
Yeah.
of a
No,
step?
that's 4.
4 million?
Well, no, just the 1.8, the 1.8.
Am I the only person that doesn't feel like that is like a really big problem, that staff forgot that?
Say that again.
I'm sure you're
That
not.
they forgot the
Yeah,
VRS,
What'd
like,
she
I mean,
say?
I just
I mean,
made that comment.
I don't see how in the world you can have a step increase of 2.54%.
and be
Yeah.
$4 million and not have it, something is wrong. And I'm not trying to say anything is being done malicious, but what
I
I'm
just
saying is
said that.
there's something incorrect. Because when we saw the numbers I can't speak for everyone else, I can only speak for myself. When I saw the numbers and I saw the presentation, given the amount of the numbers, I thought by default it included benefits, because that is historically how we have always presented things of this nature. And so, not to beat a dead horse, but if this were to start in July, you're talking about this would double this number. Like, I just don't understand how they thought that would be realistic. I mean, I'm not trying,
Yeah, I understand.
so,
That's why we
I
would
mean,
say.
that's almost gross negligence.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying. It's a
I hate
it's
to
a
use that
problem.
phrase, but I mean, that's egregious.
I mean, it's a problem, but I mean, you can speak, you know, I'm
Yeah,
just saying
that's-
it's a really a big issue for me. But the other thing I'll say is, I have another question about SCC payments. So there was the issue that Mr. Altman, you helped me with the, constituent with the food truck. And while I was inquiring about how to assist him, it became, you know, it was brought to my attention that, some businesses were registering with the SCC. And they did not register with the city for a business license.
Right.
Can you speak in the mic, Miss I'm sorry. I
Some
mean, you turn
bit-
your head to
I'm
him,
so-
your
okay,
voice
okay,
is being deflected.
Some businesses were registering with the SCC and not getting a business license.
Right.
When staff became aware of this, and under your staff became
Yes.
aware of this, they proceeded to try to remedy the situation,
Yes.
which I appreciate. My question is, what is the follow-up from that? Because from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a multi-year issue for some of the businesses. Did we go back and collect those taxes that were due to us? Because I think some of the business, from my understanding, may have qualified for business grants during that time as well. So
They could have,
yeah, I think they did, and we didn't collect any of that taxes. So what's
have.
going on with that?
So, the issue is the Department of Development is looking at businesses that are operating and are registered to the SEC but may not have a business license here in the city. The issue becomes the issuance of a business license is the role of the Commissioner of Revenue. And some of those businesses may not have needed to have a business license and some have. So without a specific business, I can't tell you if they're collecting the tax or not because I don't know.
But I mean, was
which
there
one.
evaluation? Can you check to see if it was evaluation done? Because I understand not everybody's gonna need to do it, right? Like the food truck example, he didn't need to do one.
Correct.
However, I'm sure there was plenty that did need to do it, and since no one was checking them, went by without paying taxes. So can we get an answer as to what was done when this issue was brought to their attention? Did they go back and do the taxes, and those that were being sent from development's office to them to get a business license, as what should have been done, which I appreciate, what was done with those businesses? Because, I mean, I'm interested to see what that revenue loss was.
Okay. Gotcha. We can check.
All right.
Can I
you finished?
interject? I'm sorry.
My only last
Oh,
thing, I'm
okay.
done, I promise you, my last thing is the only thing I'll have to say about this, I understand this is all discussion. I just had this for citizens that were watching, the way the public hearing announcement was put in newspaper, it reads as if city council, due to city council giving raises, we have to raise your taxes. And then all these other things that were listed. And I know you did your presentation, but I also want to be made clear, the raises, yes, we talked about. The health insurance, yes, we talked about. Everything else, we kind of never either discussed or either got a number for. So I know you have to put it in the ad because you have to stay with the 15. I understand why you did it, but I just want to be made clear to citizens that just because we're talking about these things, it's not an automatic given that we said that we were doing them, why they need to be in the public hearing. Because it reads that way, so I just want to make it clear as well before the public hearing opens. But I understand why it's written that way. It just isn't really as clear. It seems as if we condone all of this and we didn't.
Right. No, not making the assumption that you do.
Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Pelham.
Thanks. I'm going to try and make this short. I think I've gone out and stated publicly that, and I know several other counselors have as well, that we don't intend to raise the tax rate and to keep it at $1.13. I might have been a little different than some others, but in the mid-year raises that we gave, I knew exactly where I was going to get that money from. And if you're giving out raises and you don't know where you're getting that money from, that's a problem. You should always know anything that we do outside of the budget, where that money's going to come from, or where you think it's going to come from. And I certainly have that situation where I think I know where I'm pulling it from. And so for me, the salary and associated benefits wasn't a problem. Now I gotta figure out how much the associated, benefits are with it. But that too may have an answer if we look past this year to the STEP program not starting until next year. As for some of these other things, of course, this is not something we can always see that happens and comes. I can tell you from being with a corporation that has a contract for IT software, once they've got you, they know they got you. And they increase it accordingly, because changing it is almost prohibitive with the sheer costs of what you've got to do. So we end up like many businesses, and we patch and do the best we can with what we've got. This is something that we knew what we wanted to do with the Munis system, to enact it appropriately for all of our entities, and it is going to be a tough year. I cannot, in good conscience right now, increase the tax rate simply because I know what everybody's looking at. The cost of food, the cost of gasoline, the cost of everything is going up. This is why I believe it's so important for us to do economic development, whether it's business or home economic changes. We as a city must do that. We cannot sustain ourselves with where we are today. I can't say that strong enough, and I can't say that enough times. In order to bring in the businesses or to sustain a downtown, we've got to bring in people that have discretionary income that they can spend. And right now, we don't exactly have that. And we need a diversity in the town of low, medium, and high. And if we don't try for that in equal parts, we're not going to be able to sustain where we're at. We're going to run into tax problems every year. That said, I will not look at reducing the tax rate at this point, even though I'm up for election this year. That's not who I am. I'm true to myself, whether I get reelected or not, because I'm working for the city. And as much as I'd like to raise the taxes by a little bit, I still think that it's too hard on everybody else at this point in time. So we have to look at cutting back. We've done that every year. I feel that we've been on here. Council itself worked very hard to curtail our costs and our spending personally with the council budget. And so we have a lot of things that we need to do. And hopefully with the understanding of everybody on here that we're going forward, doing the best we can, we will keep the rate the same. We will look at how we can change the budget so that it doesn't hurt so much, and where we're going to get revenue from for the coming years. And that plan is something that this council, we need to do. So that's all I can say.
All right, Counselor Pelham?
Just want to make a correction to the in the minutes, so that when we gave out the grants for the businesses, it was certified by the previous assistant city manager. One of the requirements was that they would certify that the people had business licenses from the Commission of Revenue. That was what.
I'm not talking about our grant, I'm talking about there's other grants.
Oh, okay.
But-
And then, service contracts is not just the software, I'm talking about all the service contracts we have. You know, with especially maintenance and wastewater, whatever the new name is, renewal, whatever, they have contracts that we just extend because we just like to extend them. Those are the contracts I'm talking about that need to be renegotiated at some point and have never I don't think they ever went back up to bid. Those are the contracts I'm talking about. So, And that's it.
All right, Mr. Altman? Oh, you had your light on.
Well, I was gonna, Mrs. Pelham was correct. I was gonna clarify
Oh,
that
okay.
the grants that we did for the Small Business Assistant Recovery Program through CARES, you're correct. It did go to, and it was screened out by the treasurer and the commissioner to make sure that there weren't any delinquent taxes. There was a valid business license before we issued that grant. So she
Yeah.
was absolutely correct.
So I do have one more point. Did anyone on the council, would entertain speaking about machinery and tools increasing, or we're gonna wait till we get the numbers and re-advertise or whatever?
We would definitely have to, if you want to increase it, we definitely would have to have a public hearing to do that. You can have a discussion about what that number would look like so we could advertise it, but you couldn't take action this evening.
Oh, no, I don't wanna take action, but I'm saying, are we gonna
But-
do that or give you the
but-
direction to do that?
Yeah, you
Since
had
everybody
asked,
else has to have the numbers so that they can
Yeah.
finish the work that they have to do.
you had asked for, what that would look like.
Yes,
So we'll get that to you. What the pennies would look like there and we would do a schedule.
and can we do that on a special meeting instead of waiting 2 weeks, Madam Attorney?
Might.
You can? Okay,
You may call a special meeting.
all right, because I don't think we need to wait 2 weeks to do it.
And you have a budget work session next Tuesday.
And we have CDBG stuff too.
Okay, so would you add that to the agenda, the information you'll get together?
Oh,
with
yeah,
the-
absolutely.
All right. Are you finished, Counselor Pelham?
And, I mean, I guess while you're doing it, business, personal property as well, I mean, just see if we could increase that something to see if that would offset some of the, or bring extra income in, revenue.
We can look at that.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Denton?
Just very brief comment, looking over this since last Thursday, it bothers me because I think we all have budgets. We're trying to squeeze everything we can into it. And I think we as a council do not want to raise the rate. And our city manager is trying to help us overcome what we have, what we know the city is facing. And I guess, thank goodness, we've got some of this American Rescue money that we can use. And with that, and maybe holding off the step payments that are coming up, we can find ways to keep things status quo, so to speak. But it doesn't mean that we're not gonna have to look at this budget very hard. And we're gonna have to skim it where we can. I think we do it at home, we do it here in the city. So we have to live within our budget. Times are tough, and I believe Hopewell can certainly come out of this ahead. We're a bunch of fighters, and we will make it work. So I think with the help of our city manager, the council, we're gonna try to do our part in keeping this solid. I promise you that on my part, anyway. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak? No? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have one person signed up, Mrs. Carolyn Jones.
Vice Mayor Parton, I just need to read the terms before she speaks.
Okay.
It's not on your agenda. I
Okay, that's fine.
apologize. So the public hearing period is limited in total time to 30 minutes. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only or vice mayor, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council.
Go ahead, Mrs. Jones.
My name is Carolyn R. Jones, and I'm a lifelong resident of Hopewell. I was born on Fifth Avenue, and I was delivered at John Randolph Hospital. We have raised our family here. We currently live in the Pleasant Hill section of Hopewell, which is in Ward 4. We were appalled because we did not know anything about this meeting. A friend gave my husband this little piece of paper right here, so I want to know where it was published.
In the progress index,
Okay.
the ad.
So if you don't take the progress index, you wouldn't know. That's my point. All right. And one of the things it said in this little notice was that our property assessment values have neither increased or decreased, but remained constant from the prior year. That's not true. Ours went up $20,000 last year.
Jesus.
That's a lot of money. And now, if we're assessed every 2 years, and that's going to begin again on January 1 of 2023, with a price increase on our real estate taxes, that could be a double whammy for us. That could be an increase in our tax situation as well as our assessments. And it stands to reason they've been going up and going up. And if you got rental property too, you're facing the same situation. You cannot make up the difference in what is going to be charged us in a rental agreement. It's set for at least a year, what the rate is. And you can't just hike it up because you're going to pay more and go in debt more. And on a personal note, with our own properties, we cannot afford to keep going up. We need to have a stabilized budget so that we will know exactly what is expected of us as homeowners. Now, as I said, you can tell by looking at me, we're retired, we're the elderly. It's hard when you are on a fixed income, as Janice Denton said. You have to budget your money. If you don't, your utilities will certainly be cut off, etc. If you have illnesses, which most of us do, the cost of medical care, our prescriptions, and everything else are mounting up, and we have to pay that all out of our pockets. Insurance is great, but it doesn't cover everything. There again, it's cutting into our budget.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes have expired.
Do you have more time? We can make a motion for you to continue.
Yeah, I just need another minute.
I make such a motion that she'll be allowed to complete her statement.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Gore. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Ms. Bess.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
In closing, I'd like to say we love our city, but the cost of everything has gone up, and we're having to cope with it. I think it's time you think about the loyal tax-paying citizens, the ones who are never late on their real estate taxes or anything else. And by lowering taxes, it would be a very beneficial help to us. $1.28 per hundred is astronomical, and I now understand why you went that high. But I ask you, please, please, do not raise our taxes. Some people are really struggling, and I would hope that you would all remember that when you go to vote on the budget. It would be wonderful if it could stay the same, but an increase of 15 cents per hundred should never be considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Is there anyone in the crowd that would like to speak on this public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion on the
Can
floor?
I make a motion?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that the city council set the tax rate for the tax year 2022 for the same amount, $1.13.
Second.
You're saying just for real estate?
So, same amount for, the current amount for all the
Yes.
rates?
All rates.
Are we gonna do all rates?
That's a motion, I'll second. All rates.
Okay.
Somebody
That's what
second
I'm
it?
asking.
I second it. I already seconded it.
I have a substitute motion.
Yes.
You wanted, did we have a second? Jasmine
Yeah,
seconded?
I
Okay.
want to
Yeah.
substitute, I don't want to,
Okay, Counselor Pelham, what's your substitute motion?
that we delay setting the tax rate for one until we set it for all, once we receive all information from the city manager to include what could offset increases could be made to the other areas that will offset, provide revenue instead of increasing the real estate tax.
Can you make that motion a little bit more
Okay.
precise?
A substitute is not to set the rate tonight, and until we get all information on the other areas that can be addressed, personal property, business personal property, and machine and tools.
Okay. There's been a motion on the floor. I'll second it for discussion. Counselor Randolph?
Ms. Pelham, the reason that I kept the rates the same was simply because in talking to the Commissioner's office for personal property taxes, we know that the real estate reassessments are going up. We know that property, even in Hopewell, has gone up astronomically for the cost of what we have. It seems to be what's happening throughout the country. And personal property is going to go up as well. We know that from the astronomical amount of used cars are looking at going up in value. So I think to keep the same rate.
Go down to machine and tools. What's your?
Well, I'm not there yet. Can I
Okay.
finish?
Yeah, right.
The personal property is going to bring us additional revenues without having to change a thing. And so I don't want to put any more strain on the business personal property because they too have. And when machinery and tools is bringing us, as as Vice Mayor Parton sent us today, the M&T tax change of 5 cents brings us 100,000. I'm not sure that's worth, and I will not condone or vote for any kind of M&T increase more than 5 cents simply because I can't, without talking to the plants, I wouldn't want to put additional on them at this point as well. I think that they need to pay more, and I'm willing to do 5 cents, but that brings us $100,000. I don't think that us looking to them to do the $3 million offset is something that they would be happy about. And we certainly still depend on those plants quite heavily to employ and to pay taxes to us. So that's why I'm leaving my motion at the tax rates that we have today. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, you
Okay,
have your
and
light on.
basically, I think about, you said, the machine, I was just talking about machine and tools as far as an increase is concerned. Because when you think about it, there have been plants. Since 2003, they have not had an increase. They stayed at 305. 2003 to now, it's almost 10 years. If we had, 20 years really, I'm sorry. If we had only increased it a penny per year, that means that it would have been 325 maybe now. So 100,000 times 20, would that be worth the investment? So it would be off the backs of the citizens? I think the industry got a little bit more money than this retired young lady that just spoke to us. And at this stage in the game, everybody, every year we talked about it. When I was on council, I was always scared, well, the plant's gonna uproot and they're gonna move to New Jersey, somewhere else. And most of the time, I think that's a scare tactic, that's the chance you have to take, but I don't believe they're going anywhere, because the uproot means that will cost them even more money. Massive amount of $1 million to relocate and find a water source and do a whole lot of other things. So the increases you talking about, I was really talking about M&T taxes. So technically, no one said you had to stay at 5 cents. You can go up 1 penny for the 20 years they've had a bypass. They had a pass for 20 years. And at some point, they have to be partners in the game. As I don't know how much money they give back to the community anyway. But anyway, my motion stands as it is. I would like to see M&T increased, even if it's $400,000, something. We gotta start somewhere to hold them accountable and make them a part of the team. Make them a part of the we in Hopewell, as the city manager says. We definitely is in Hopewell, so.
17 years.
They are part of the we.
And just a reminder for council, since we have a motion on the floor now that everyone's limited to 2 times per talking.
3 and 4.
3? Okay, 3. Let's see, Councilor Randolph. Okay, Councilor Gore and then Councilor Denton.
She can go ahead and go, because
Okay.
I think she was before me.
Do what?
You can go ahead, I think you were before me, I'll comment after you.
I wish this room was filled up a little bit more, because I don't know about you men, but a lot of us are blue-collar people in Hopewell. And I was raised in a blue-collar family. And I personally do not want to take a chance, not even a tiny one. And with the economy and the world situation like it is today, I don't want to give anybody an excuse to leave Hopewell. And I think if we push a little bit too hard, some of these plants will find an easier way to say how they can save money. And they don't care about us. They'll just move. And that's why I'm here today, is because my family worked at Allied for 40 years. I worked there. Many of us have worked there. I don't want to take that gamble. And I'm not going to push them to the test. I will vote against any M&T tax increase for the city of Hopewell. And the blue-collar workers and I guess, the higher echelon as well. I can't do that to my city, that I've lived here all my life, Carol. So I will vote against any possibility of that.
All right, Counselor Gore.
So, last year when we talked about raises, I did say this was gonna result in a tax increase. Mr. Altman, he's shaking his head. I called him, I
Yes, you
said
did.
on the dais, I said, this is gonna be a tax increase. And I said then, I was not gonna vote for a tax increase because it was, I'll just keep it simple, it was pushed. So, you know, the vote happened the way it happened. So, I'm not gonna vote for a tax increase, period. I'm not gonna vote for machinery and tools tax, period, increase, because, Mr. Altman, again, you know what we've had to deal with the last couple of years. We're trying to not have the law taken away for us to be able to collect machinery and tools tax. And when the General Assembly talks about this, and the examples that they give in terms of the fiscal impact for cities, Hopewell is always in the example. And that is because the amount of money our locality gets in regards to machinery and tools tax is so significant that is an example at the state level when they talk about it. So, over years, they've gotten closer and closer to be able to repeal our ability to collect this money. I personally don't want to gamble in giving them a reason to go ahead and get that passed. And I'm not trying to be political in the sense that party politics, but it is the Conservative Party that has been asking for this to be done. They're in charge of the House. So if you do the math, it's gonna pass, right? So there's no need to poke the bear. So I would not support any increase in machinery and tool tax. Now, the other part of the conversation is I don't know if it's going to get there or not. I don't know how this vote's going to pass, but I'll just say for the record that I really want to say other stuff when it comes to some of these votes that was happening, but I'm trying to make sure that we have a really good meeting. So I'll just say that I'm not in favor of using ARPA funds to plug any budget gap. And the reason why is because that money was given to communities in order to address social economic things for their citizens that have been overlooked for years, that have been magnified due to the COVID pandemic. And I'm talking about the things that we know that working class families, seniors, those who are under poverty thresholds have struggled with. Wi-Fi access, access to medicine, things that we saw brought to the surface that were always here that needed to be addressed. And now we have a once-in-a-lifetime generational pot of money to make some systematic changes in our city. And I do not believe it should go to plugging a budget hole that everyone knew when it was voted was going to happen when we voted. So, with that being said, I think it's time to get creative with the budget. If you want to pass stuff, then you got to pay for it. That doesn't mean use money that if this money wasn't here, what would you have done is the question. How would you have paid for this if this money wasn't here? And I feel that's how it should be looked at. Because once this money is gone, you're going to still have to pay for it. So how are you going to do that? So I highly, highly advocate against using ARPA funds. Then I would say I'm also against it because I'm not trying to go down a different road, but we try to do something with the marina to try to make sure it's a place for the community to come to. That is a use for ARPA funds. Doing an investment in neighborhoods, that is use of ARPA funds. To address social needs, that is the ARPA funds, not to do budget hole. So with that being said, Mr. Altman, is the assessment for the houses, I thought that was scheduled for this year. So is it being postponed to next year, or is it always scheduled for next year? I'm just confused.
Schedule.
The work would start this year, but it would become effective
Next year.
January 1 of 2023.
So you've mentioned this before, so just to be clear, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, to correct me. if we have a budget that exceeds what we currently have, we're going to need to come up with revenue. Are you suggesting that if we keep the tax rate the same, that, and we don't do anything else with our budget, that we'll recoup that money next year with the assessments? So we're just kicking the can down the road and people are still gonna have to pay for a higher bill.
So, yeah, if you look to plug the hole for a year, then you have to look at next year's reassessment and you maintain the rate, which will increase tax revenues. You wouldn't reduce the rate, you would maintain it, not necessarily increase it, but if you kept it at $1.13 this year, $1.13 next year with an increased assessment overall, they would generate additional tax revenue that would assist with addressing the issue.
Right, so
Yeah.
we're just holding it over a year, people are
Correct.
gonna still have to pay the bill.
Yeah,
And I still I'm just making sure, I still disagree with that. Because that means that our budget wasn't, I don't think that this large of an increase needs to come out of people's pockets at one time. Whether it be this year, next year, or whatever, I think stuff like this needs to be worked into a budget, which is what I advocated for during those meetings, which I still advocate for now because it's not too late to do it. And so, I'm just saying, and I'm not, when I say this, I know people can get mad at me, but I know it's an election year, but next year, you know, when everybody's like past the finish line, it's like, oh, let's raise taxes. And that's not fair for those of us who are gonna be up again, especially those of us who are advocating to do something now about the problem that is created now. It's like putting a big bow on a gift saying, here, pay for this budget gap, when you said it was gonna be a problem 2 years ago. So, so I just advocate that we, and the last, so I'll say, and just the ARPA funds, when you gave us a presentation, I think you said about $450,000, maybe $480,000 is what you had, what you would like for us to support in your presentation. And it was like sheriff cars, fire trucks, police cars, capital improvement stuff. It was like $400,000.
it was probably more than that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to
There
be
was
nice, but it was more.
400 There was about 400,000, 480,000 that we've already committed of those funds from last year. So one of the pieces that you can use American Rescue Plan Act money for is to replace lost revenue. So last year when we had to move money from capital into operating, we replaced the capital with ARPA funds. This year, when you did the facade program funding, you used ARPA funds to do that. So that's what we've spent thus far. You
But
haven't
this isn't
committed
really lost
anymore.
revenue. This is new revenue. This isn't lost money. Did we lose $3 million? No, we're adding $3 million. So it's just a play on words,
Well, you lost. I mean, we did see a reduction in revenue. I mean,
but not $3 million.
we can point to a reduction in revenue, and the feds will allow you. So while it's a play on words in your terminology, the feds flat in the will say, and they have said through the Department of Treasury, any community can claim up to 10 million of their ARPA funds as lost revenue and repurpose it and use it for general government services.
Of lost revenue, but I'm not, that's not
And
the point I'm trying to.
they're not saying that it has to be lost revenue.
But I'm saying that's not the point I'm trying to ask you. My question was, when you gave us a presentation about what you wanted us to consider, that was roughly $80,000, right?
Mhm.
That you said we already committed.
Right.
And then
And
if
we
we
haven't-
add this to that, are you saying to add just the raises part to that, the 1.8 or the 600,000, probably the $2 million to that?
So if you were to plug the hole this year, you would use about $2 million of ARPA to plug the hole this year, which you can do.
Right.
And then that gets you to next year when you deal with your reassessment and
So
those
$2.5
revenues.
million of our ARPA funds will be gone, which is plugging a budget hole.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem I'm trying to raise.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah,
I understand the
yeah.
issue you're raising.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Like, that's a problem. And I don't know why people, don't see that. So the last thing I'll say is, whatever happens is gonna happen. I'm just gonna say, and had it not been caught for the salary money, and it would have been doubled, that would have been $6 million of our ARPA funds. So again, there's a lot of red flags. People should say, maybe we should stop evaluate those raises to make sure they were accurate, because we clearly know they are not. I don't know how else we got to be told they weren't right. Stop and evaluate that, then go back and look at this budget, because we're going to force citizens to pay for a gap period if we don't address this hole. And if we wouldn't have this money, we're looking at a $2.5 million gap in 1 year. And when we were in the height of the pandemic, we did not have to raise taxes. You cut the budget. So how is it that we're going to have to increase it by $2.5 million? It makes no sense. So that's all I got to say. I mean, people get exasperated, but it's just facts.
All right, so I'm going to take this opportunity to speak myself. Where I do agree with you on the usage of ARPA funds, all that is just kicking the can down the road. I mean, to utilize, one-time money to fix, an ongoing, issue that we're going to have to look at, especially after just an unvetted proposal that came to us. I mean, I don't understand how, Mr. Altman, you could, let that happen and just not fully vet this. And I mean, we have, also, from the time that we adopted it, we've had months, staff has to look at ways of closing the gap, looking at fixing, and to Councilor Denton's point, I agree. People are on fixed incomes, people are on budgets, and I think that the city should be as well. I don't think we should be raising real estate taxes, especially when, if we did, it'd be a double whammy for next year, because you're looking at assessments going up anywhere between 15 and 30%, just going off of what Chesterfield County is looking at right now. Personal property. I mean, we got used car costs that are going up because of evaluations, because of supply chain issues. I mean, you can't justify a tax rate on that. Same thing with business personal property. I mean, small businesses. But I mean, not to even address the machinery and tools tax, which I mean, I've said this since 2019 when I first came on here and this was exposed to me. I mean, how these industries get a 45-cent lower rate on their taxes than what citizens are getting, and they are making hundreds of millions of dollars. Tune in to their town hall reports. I mean, their free cash flow is, just out of this world. I mean, companies are increasing their dividends to shareholders. And it's mind-boggling that just a council just for, 17, almost 20 years has not gone back and readdressed this or even try to work towards closing the gap. I mean, it's absolutely asinine. And I mean, every year I try to raise machinery and tools so that way it helps close the gap, try to lower personal property tax to help citizens. But I mean, if this is, the year, so be it and let it happen. But machinery and tools tax definitely needs to go up. I mean, and then all on top of that, the fact that they're not even paying machinery and tools tax on the total assessed value of their equipment. Mr. Altman, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 25%. So, I mean, they're getting a lower rate. They're getting a reduction on what the assessed value is by 75%. And then on top of that, then they come to us and then they ask for additional rebates on that. So where is that relief for the citizens? And it's a shame. I wish, I'm just flabbergasted, I guess maybe that's the better word I can use. But, for especially, I look at it in the sense of, how, I would, treat, someone, like some of my neighbors that are on fixed incomes, and I look at them and I say, they've got used cars, they're, barely making ends meet. I mean, mortgage payments are going to, end up going up because of assessments next year, which are affected off of the tax rate. So I think that it's time, for industry to, start ponying up some money. And if you were to increase it 5 cents, the largest impact that a single company would have to pay in additional taxes is $58,500. That is what a 5-cent increase would do to the largest business. The smallest business on the list that pays M&T tax, 50 cents. And you can go through and get the information from the Commissioner of Revenue's office. But the small businesses that end up having to pay machinery and tools tax, or the mid-sized businesses, it's very minimal. The money would be coming from the industry, and if they're going to try to take it to the General Assembly to lobby to go and remove, they're going to end up wasting more time and more money than what their lobbyists and their lawyers and everything else that their team is going to do. And I mean, it would have just a huge detrimental effect across the entire Commonwealth. So I don't think that the General Assembly would put themselves in that position. So with that, I mean, I'm fully in favor of Councilor Pelham's motion to go back, get the information, and then come back and re-advertise.
Point of information.
Councilor Gore and then Councilor
This
Randolph.
is not my turn. I just have a point of
Oh,
information.
okay.
Point of information. Mr. Altman, do you know, maybe you can answer this question. How much do we get a year for M&T?
A year?
$8.18
million.
8.1 million. So what would that penny increase if we go by this current rate right now?
1 cent increase is $26,800.
No, I'm talking for citizens to make up the 8 million.
Oh.
Oh, you're talking about that?
And the real estate tax rate?
Yep, with the current number.
Okay, it was eight
Well,
point
just
one
take
billion.
3. It was 15 cents for 2 million.
That's
so
my
just-
point. I'm just
So
trying to
it's,
demonstrate something.
and we're using about $146,000 per penny on real estate. That's gonna be about 55 cents.
55 cents. So
Yeah,
that's my point of
8.1.
order because I just want to be clear, 55 cents. And Mr. Altman, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not opposed to what you're saying. But wasn't it within like a vote, like a couple of votes that did not pass? It was like razor thin this past time, wasn't it?
So fortunately, this session, there was no discussion.
Right.
Last year, there was discussion. The previous year, every year that I can remember dating back to the mid-2000s, there has been discussion of elimination of BPOL and M&T at the General Assembly level. And they work through the Virginia Manufacturers Association as the lobbyist to eliminate that tax because they say they don't pay that tax in other states. However, they really pay it, they just pay it in a different manner.
Right.
But that, if it were to be eliminated, which it did come very, very close, and our Commissioner of Revenue and Mr. Bragg spoke at the General Assembly to help persuade, and I believe it was Delegate Ingram's last term, he made a speech to keep it alive because it does mean so much to us.
Right.
That equivalent of a 55
55
cent on a real estate tax rate if we were to have to make up that.
Well, you
$8
can't
And wasn't there a
Well,
JLOC report or asked to see what we could, I'm only asking for your knowledge, because it said something about if it was eliminated, then we could have another way to capture the funds, but it was like under a JLOC report. Am I wrong about that?
I
No,
think
that
they
was right.
asked for a JLARC report. I'd
Right.
have to go back and see if it was done, but I
Yeah.
think they did ask for a JLARC.
I think you should get that answer for what your proposal is, because if the JLAC report was done, then potentially there could be other ways to capture the funds that we would be missing. And if not, then I think you should know that, but that $8 million is what we would be missing if it doesn't come up, but check the JLAC report.
Okay.
Okay for me to talk now?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I'm going to say, as I said previously, that's why we have to come up with other ways to get revenue. We don't want to raise taxes. I don't want to raise taxes if I get reelected this year just because I could without having any impact to my campaign. That's not how I work. We don't want the taxes to be raised at this point because the economy is so bad. And I sat out there for 15 years watching councils up here raise and lower and go up and down and all around. And some years we cut ourselves out of revenue for no good reason other than we wanted to lower taxes. I don't mind lowering taxes, but not for, to make anybody or anything look good, other than what's the best for the city. We all live here, we all pay taxes here. I know some have it harder than others. I think we try and offset taxes on real estate for seniors and others of low income, and they're able to offset. I know my mother, when she was alive, could do that. And I think that's a good thing to do, but we have to look at other ways to bring revenue in, and we've got to keep thinking that in our minds. I'm not adverse to a 5-cent increase. I told Vice Mayor Parton this. I don't think a 5-cent increase is going to set the plants off, any of them. It's not much. It's a little over $125,000, $30,000, but it's still $120,000 or $30,000. And in 20-some years, 5-cent increase, I think, is reasonable. I think most of them, I could make a business decision based on that's a damn good rate of increase for them, and wouldn't have a problem looking them in the face and telling them that, even though they've got to be in business too. That's not a bad rate. So again, I would be okay either keeping the tax rates as they are or making a single increase on M&T only of 5 cents. Thanks.
Okay, Counselor Denton?
I was just going back on a little bit of what Councilor Gore said. I remember a few years ago when we almost did lose the M&T tax. And I was part of going over to Richmond. And if it hadn't been for our then delegate, Riley Ingram, standing up on the Senate floor, giving a speech, we very well could have lost it. We owe him a lot of credit because he put his heart and soul in that speech trying to save our city and keep the M&T tax. It is vital to our city. And I don't think Mr. Terry will disagree with me on that, will you? So it's just not worth it to me to take a chance to do that. So I'm opposed to it, as I've said before. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak? Okay. Molly, can you please repeat the motion that's on the floor?
Counselor Randolph's or Counselor Pelham's?
Pelham's.
Pelham's, okay.
Mm.
Motion to increase the M&T taxes and to delay setting the tax rate until all information of increased revenues is provided by the city manager.
Okay. Before we do a roll call vote, Mr. Altman, you had your light on?
I just want to, so the treasurer's here this evening. We really would like to set the real estate tax rate this evening so we can start the process of processing the bills and getting the bills out to the residents. That was the whole point of trying to do that this evening. If council wants to, of course, if you're going to talk about M&T, we got to have another public hearing to do that anyway. You could pass, they could pass the rate tonight. Those bills don't go out till later in the year. We have time during the budget process. Mrs. Pelham has requested some information that we'll bring back to y'all. We can have a public hearing at a later date to address any of the other rates, but real estate, we really want to make sure we can set the rate. And it sounds like everybody's in favor of not raising the rate. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't want to, and I apologize to Mrs. Pelham, I wouldn't want to delay everything when it sounds like none of you are interested in really raising real estate. If we could get that done tonight, that would be very helpful for our commissioner and our treasurer to process bills and get them out.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Are you okay with that friendly amendment to pass the real estate rate?
Who's making it? You?
I'm sorry?
Who's making it?
Yeah, I'll recommend a friendly amendment. Are you okay with that?
Oh, of course.
Okay, and I'm fine with it, of course. So Molly, can you read the motion out with the amendment?
With the amendment?
With the amendment.
Started.
Well,
To increase the M&T tax rate.
No. You will cause all of us to have heart attacks.
Yes, okay.
Sorry. Yeah,
Real estate.
to approve the real estate rate, and then we're going to have, Mr. Altman's going to bring information back to us on the other rates.
The clean up
Okay.
the motion, to clean up the motion
Yeah.
would be to approve the real estate tax rate at $1.13
Right.
for the tax calendar year of 2020 and defer action, 2022, I'm sorry, 2022, and defer action on the other rates.
Yeah,
2023, I thought the fiscal year.
2022.
Yeah.
That
We,
was the original motion.
we
no,
said,
Yeah, it
original
was.
was to,
That was my
no,
original motion.
original was to adopt everything.
We got through this whole thing and
Original was to adopt everything. We're just adopting real
No.
estate and then coming back for
it
everything else.
wasn't until Jasmine wanted us to.
Yeah,
That's
So-
true.
yeah.
You're right, you're right, you're right. But
So-
I'm fine with either.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Altman, to approve the real estate tax rate as is at $1.13,
Real estate.
to
Real
approve,
estate.
to
It's
approve,
important that you get this right, Molly, because we're not trying to, get.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it right.
So I'm not
It's, like,
trying to get shot
complicated.
tonight.
Yeah. We got the
I still got to go to work tomorrow.
Real estate.
Isn't that what I said?
I
No.
don't think so.
Amend the real estate tax rate.
I don't think so.
Approve the real estate tax
Approve.
rate as it stands
At
at $1.13
for
and, Mr. Altman,
Defer action.
yeah, but it's the real estate tax rate for the calendar year 2020.
2022.
It's the tax calendar year 2022, which goes from January 1 to December 31st.
Do you have to say anything about the ordinance?
Well,
No, I'm just asking.
We're going to tackle that the next meeting. Let's just get the rate done.
yeah.
okay, can we just do it when nobody interrupt? Just do it. And Mr. Altman, you didn't finish telling me. Amend, approve the real estate tax rate
At $1.13.
for the tax rate, for the tax date 2022 at $1.13 and defer action
On the remaining taxes,
on the remaining
tax rates,
tax
rates.
rates.
I think you should read that one more time, because I think, no, I'm not trying to play, I think you had a word mixed up, but just read it one more time, let him listen closely.
Okay.
Calendar year.
Approve the real estate tax rate for the calendar year 2022 as it is at $1.13 and defer action on remaining tax rates.
To include.
I would take as is and just say $1.13.
At $1, okay.
Need for the year 2022.
Well, it's.
Are we good?
She said, you did say for the year 2022,
I
correct?
said
Yes, you did.
2022.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You gonna make me do it again?
No, so everybody is clear that the motion is to keep the rate at $1.13, and we're coming back for the other three. Counselor Denton.
All right, we've got on the screen that the real estate tax current is $1.13.
Yeah,
And what we're,
no,
current is $1.13. real
yes,
estate.
that's what she
Yeah.
said.
But what we want, making a motion is that for the proposed,
No, it's gonna, the motion is that it's gonna stay 113 for this year. That's exactly what the motion says. So it's not changing, we're saying it's staying 113.
that's fine, but it looks like you've got proposed 128.
That's what he did propose.
Okay.
That's what he did propose. We're saying no, and the motion is
Okay,
that it'll be
that's fine.
113.
Okay. 113, I just want.
Sorry, Johnny.
That's okay.
Sure.
Everyone's okay with it now.
Yeah.
Roll call, please, Ms. Best.
Thank you. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Can you read the motion one more time? Yes, I'm fine, yes.
You forgot to say I'm not trying to be funny.
Yes, I'm not trying to fight it, yes, I promise.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Oh, thank
All right.
God. That was
I
a
knew-
neighbor.
All right, I'm sorry, this is communications from citizens.
Wow, that's
They're gone.
Yes, that's all we've done.
All right. Ms. Best, can you please read the statement?
A communication from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, or vice mayor in this case, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council.
All right, the first person I have signed up is Randy Wise.
Past my bedtime, so.
Mine too.
I just want to say that looking at the seal and seeing Semper Paratus,
I'm sorry, before you start, can you, just for the record, can you state your name and which ward you live in?
sorry, Randy Wise, Ward 1.
Okay, thank you.
I just say, sitting back there looking at the seal, Semper Paratus, that doesn't apply tonight. And everyone should strive to make that happen. But I just think it's ironic that everybody's sitting here talking about raising taxes and things like that, when you're giving away the marina over here, that if you count the $150,000 plus that, I mean, how much of that real estate tax and machinery tool tax could be accessed just right there by what's already there, and just trying to somehow give that away. Councilor Pelham mentioned tonight a couple times about voting on what we don't know. Pardon, Vincent, you mentioned on voting on unvetted proposals, but that's exactly what everyone did with the marina. Y'all spent maybe 4 to 5 minutes on that. You voted on that marina without knowing any details. You were giving very incorrect information. You were giving no quotations. You made just a heart vote based on comments made by someone in the city. It should not have been done. You're trying to give away an asset. I'm really not even sure how you did that. But if you've walked the Riverwalk, I don't know who's walked it, but if you've also walked the docks, you know that the Riverwalk is much, much more in linear feet than what's at the marina. You already know how much the Riverwalk costs. So there's no way that marina could be an $8 million that you were told. I mean, there's no way. I just went to Jacksonville. I looked for an $8 million marina. I couldn't find one. And I have sent my proposal to Ms. Bess about being on the dock commission. Hope you got that already.
I did.
I'm trying to join a few others because obviously it's been a non-used factor in Hopewell, and it should be used. There's many avenues. I know everybody here's talking about grants. We hear grant, grant, grant. Well, there's a BIG grant that's out. The guys east of us in Smithfield, they have gotten a grant, the BIG grant, to rehabilitate marinas. That's what it's for. They got free money. They're rehabilitating 66 slips. We've only got 44. Not all of ours are bad. You know, only a third are bad, and they're really not even a third bad. It can be fixed very cheaply. The dock commissioner who's here with us tonight, the head dock commissioner here, whether you know him or not, Carl Bottoms. We were down in the boat show in Florida a few weeks ago. We found many avenues to fix bad pilings without pulling, without putting back. There's no research being done. You're giving bad information. You're voting without vetting. You're voting without knowing what you're voting on. And it should not be tolerated, it shouldn't be accepted. And the other thing is, I know there's a 30-day time limit, but today we saw that the time limit came on for comments on the Parks and Rec page. But as soon as the comments started coming, they've shut the comments down because they don't want the comments seen by the other people who's gonna look at the survey. So those comments should be turned back on. They should be seen by all citizens so that anybody reading it can see what everyone thinks. The survey in there, if you've seen it, by SurveyMonkey, I don't know who made it, but it's a very one-sided survey. And, you know, I think it's time for our local stations, everybody to be aware of what's going on this project in Hopewell.
Your time has
Very
expired.
bad. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wise. Next up is Mr. Hyden.
Thank you, council members. My name is William Haight. I'm in Ward 5. My thing is also on the city marina, the vote was done behind closed doors and people didn't have input on it because the revote was done, which was a joke in my point. But right now going on down the marina is a prep for a bass tournament coming up. You've got roughly 150 boaters, bass fishermen out there right now. They're paying for that ramp. You had 80 out there all week so far. They go through with this, you're getting, slip fee is gonna be free. Ramp fee is gonna be free. That's a lot of money you're giving up, a lot of money. And you're having a half a dozen or more bass tournaments, not counting catfish tournaments down there, that are generating a lot of money coming into this city. So this is what y'all wanna give up. And I think it needs to be relooked at. Thank you very much.
All right. Mrs. Jones, you had signed up for communications from citizens as well. Did you just want to speak on the public hearing? Was that it? Okay, all right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak during communications from citizens that didn't sign up? Okay, hearing none. Moving on to regular business, Mr. Altman.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, it is that time of year again. So we have the request came out from our congressional delegation, both Senators Warner and Kane and Congressman McEachin, for requests from their constituent communities for a federal earmark. The deadline is tomorrow, so we are cutting it close, but we will be able to get everything in to them. We have provided a list of proposed projects. The Courthouse Road Transit and Pedestrian Improvement Project, which we did submit to both senators last year and was not funded. That will provide improved safety and non-vehicular mobility. They can't hear me. Provide additional safety and non-vehicular mobility for users along Courthouse Road at the Ashland Street and from Ashland Street to Berry Street. Okay. The additional is another project we recommended, we proposed for council's consideration is a Route 10 shared use path that seeks $3 million to establish a shared use path for both bicyclists and pedestrians along Route 10 from downtown to 6th Avenue. Traffic signal preemption infrastructure. It's $100,000 to install new emergency preemption signal infrastructure at key intersections throughout the city to facilitate rapid and safe emergency response. Richmond and Petersburg streets improvement project. This is to $2.3 million to install new curb and gutter, driveway entrances, and underground sewer pipe and inlets along the full width of the reconstruction of the roads. Then we have, as we submitted last year to the senators, a 95-foot ladder truck, $1.17 million to purchase a new ladder truck for the fire department with a platform to increase our life-saving and fire protection capabilities. We currently have a straight ladder, which was purchased in 2009, and it's unable to reach multiple commercial and residential and industrial buildings, presenting some issues for our fire department with regard to emergency response. A total rebuild of the oxygen plant at Hopewell Water Renewal. Unfortunately, while it's potentially an $8 million project, the delegation is looking for shovel-ready projects. This one's not quite ready yet, so we wouldn't recommend the submission of that. Another phase of the Cattail Creek Flood Mitigation Project at $1.2 million to address the undersized culvert at Cattail Creek at the intersection of Arlington and Winston Churchill. The generator here at City Hall, which is a $250,000 project. The generator we have currently is over 32 years old. It's functionally obsolete, and it doesn't allow us to fully address operations during an outage. We can have lights, but we can't really operate computers. So that would be one. And then the Riverside Avenue slope stabilization geotechnical study, which is $100,000 to look at the section of Riverside that's adjacent to downtown, Hopewell Streets down to Pace Street. Our recommendation, and so a couple things. One, with the recommendation of council's projects moving forward, we've got to have a letter of support. We did letters of support last year for both, and the mayor signed them for both Courthouse Road and the ladder truck. Given the timing, our recommendation is the resubmission of those two projects for consideration. If council has any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. One of the reasons behind not doing Cattail Creek is we just got 2 federal grants for Cattail Creek, and our concern is that, right after getting, by the way, 1 o'clock Thursday, Beacon Theater, Congressman McEachin will be here for the presentation of the check. So those of you that can come, make sure we're there. But it will be for a portion of Cattail Creek. And the concern that we have from a staff perspective is if we submit yet another Cattail Creek, they're gonna look at us like we just fund that. So our suggestion, our number one recommendation is the Courthouse Road project.
Yeah.
We think that is tremendously needed. We've got students coming down Courthouse Road going to Woodlawn Elementary, Woodlawn Learning Center, excuse me, I'm showing my age a little bit. But also, Pat runs down the corridor, Petersburg Area Transit runs down the corridor, and part of this is to provide shelters and improvement for transit along the corridor and at key intersections. So that is our number one recommendation. The ladder truck is, for me, a huge safety issue. Right now, if we were to have a fire at Kipax, and we had 2 people in windows that needed to be rescued, we'd have to put a ladder up and bring someone all the way down the ladder before we could go and get another person. The basket, the platform on the end of the ladder would allow us to get one person, move and get the other one and bring them both down. And if it's an elderly or handicapped person, getting them all the way down the ladder before we can move it, it's a life safety issue. In our current ladder, if I had to estimate over the last year or 2 years, it's out of service quite a bit because of repair issues. So from a fire safety perspective, that's what our recommendation for the 2 projects, the courthouse and the ladder truck. Happy to answer any questions of council.
Okay, Counselor Denton, Counselor Pelham, Counselor Gore.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we request that the Courthouse Road Transit and Pedestrian Improvement Project be our number 1 request, and that the second request would be the ladder truck, the 95-foot ladder truck.
Okay.
As our request to Senator Kane and Warner.
We'll actually submit both of them to all 3.
Yeah.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Gore. We'll continue with discussion. Counselor Denton, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Pelham, and then Counselor Gore.
Yeah. Is the traffic signal preemption infrastructure the mechanism where you push a button where the lights change as the fire trucks go through?
Yes, ma'am. Not all of our this would help us with the traffic signals, but not all of our trucks have that capability at this point in time. And that's one of the reasons why we didn't recommend that up front.
And did anyone ever look into the latter being a grant opportunity, because with safety issues across the country, seem like they give grants out for that more so?
So there are some grant opportunities. A lot of them, you're more successful with an ambulance than you are with a piece of apparatus, an engine or a ladder truck. So we've looked at those. We haven't been successful in the past with those trying to get the apparatus. That's why we were looking at this avenue as opposed to funding it ourselves.
And so, and then the Cattail Creek near Winston Churchill, that's not, that cannot be included in what we already have.
Well, we could include it. We're just concerned that,
I understand your
Yeah,
concern, but I
yeah.
mean, it won't cover this cost to Arlington Road, but it'll cover the rest of the city. And that's a very smelly area in the summertime. One of the offsets of that too.
yeah, so we would, if that were one of the projects you wanted to submit, we would request the full 1.2 million. There would be a local match like there was for the other projects, but.
And whatever the federal government gives, it needs to try to be extended so that it would include that area. That's the point. I hope that we'll be able to extend it so we'll be able to include it somehow. Okay, thank you.
All right, Counselor Gore?
This is the second year they're doing this, correct? Because I
Yeah.
haven't seen them do this before. This is the second year.
This is the second year. Last year it was a surprise. It jumped on us and we didn't, and unfortunately, kind of like this year, when we sent out the email to y'all, when we found out about the two senators, it was almost a week turnaround time when we didn't have a meeting. Last year it was that's how it happened. It happened so fast and they needed their responses so quickly we weren't able to bring them. And last year when we did that, we told you we would bring them back. So this is year 2. And hopefully, it will continue on. We'll have to wait and see, but this is year 2 of the process. And we did get a reprieve from our 2 senators when they extended their deadlines, because it was, I think, last Thursday or Friday.
So then my second question is, I thought it said top 3. Why are we, I missed
Said
it,
no
but why are
more
we
than-
doing 2?
Well, we no more than 3, but we were looking at a top 2, but we can submit 3, but we can't.
Yeah, what happens if neither 1 or 2 gets
Well,
selected?
so I would say we have a preference on the top, what we think top 2. If you want to submit a third, that would be up to you, but we think those 1, we've already done all the work on those 2, so we have the letters written of support and everything done, so it makes it really easy to get that in for tomorrow. So if there's a third that you want to add, please add it. We're happy to get all that done tomorrow.
I think we should add a third, just
Because?
yeah, just
Yeah.
because.
What have we got to lose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go big or go home. So I don't have a third option because my first 2 was that. Were those? So
I'll throw out my first.
Whatever the third one is, I really don't care. I just think we should just ask for it.
With the
Whatever
generator.
people want to do.
My third would have been the Richmond Petersburg Street just because it's expensive, but
But he said,
It's
he
the one
made a caveat to that one, didn't you? March? I mean,
Not
Mr.
because it's expensive, because it's wastewater and
it's
stuff.
stormwater.
Yes.
But it's real expensive. The actual
So-
project's 4.6.
Right, and that's one of the projects that we have in our
You're
revenue
bad.
sharing, which is scheduled to start up in the 2027 timeframe to be funded. So,
Oh,
It's my ward anyway.
You and Janice.
can I
Yeah,
also
me.
know for the
For now.
record,
For
Mr.
now,
Yeah, for now.
I'm losing it, so.
What's his name?
I'm sorry.
Can I also like to voice for the record that the Courthouse Road one, of course, should be number 1 as well, because there's been at least 2 people that I know since I've been back home who lost their life on that street as pedestrians. When previous councils, the priority was Cedar Level, River Road, and then Courthouse Road is the third option. In the state budget, what's the name of that committee that put in priority all the projects over the state? MPO or whatever?
yes, so,
Yeah, those 3 projects were in that budget,
forever,
but never got to Courthouse Road.
right.
So,
Bless you.
I'm glad that's number 1, but that the deaths is really made it number one, so I agree with the two that you have. But if we had to add a third one, I would just say to add the generator if this thing is 32 years old, of course, we're gonna either have to pay now or later, so. For City Hall to be operational, I think that we should consider this throwing that
Oh,
in
with
there.
all the cyber threats, you're right.
What?
Yeah,
We have a generator.
Yeah, it's, what
That's
we
why I
have
said
now
the
is
generator.
it's a natural gas functioning generator, so one, we don't have to worry about running out of fuel because it's there, but it is very old. And, we are not able to run all of our computer systems during an outage. Pretty much IT sucks up the majority of the power and lights and a few phones. So there's a reason why years ago we kept a rotary phone. Any of y'all remember what a rotary
Yes.
phone
I
looked
got
like?
plenty
And
in
we
my
do
home.
the same thing at work.
We have one that we can plug into finance if we need to make a call out with a rotary phone
Yep.
because of loss of power.
We do the same
So now I
thing.
know if we need a replacement, we can come to Mr. Parton's house and get one.
I got one that you actually ring up.
Oh, you don't
and
need-
then
I
you
need- I need
put the
one.
earpiece.
Yeah.
God.
Sorry, I digress. I'm fine with that being a third one. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be get greedy with stormwater projects.
So is there a friendly amendment to add the generator as a third project?
Yeah, I'll make a friendly amendment.
I'll second
Who
it.
made the motion?
Mrs. Denton made the motion,
Yeah.
Mrs. Gore
I
seconded.
made the motion. Do you want me to add the generator to it?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Do you want me to reread the motion?
Add the generator. Make it 3.
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Motion to request that the Courthouse Road Pedestrian Improvement Project be number 1, the ladder truck number 2, and the City Hall generator replacement number 3.
Got it.
End of the day, I get it.
All right, roll call please, Ms. Bess.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, council.
All right, board commission vacancies, you can see them as they're presented. Moving on down to counselor requests. I had a request, from the James River Ball Patrons Committee. They're doing a golf tournament, coming up here in probably like the next month, and they're having a silent auction, in order to help raise money for the, fine arts program at Hopewell High School and, the Lamb Arts Center, and to help fund their scholarship. And, they asked if the city might be willing to, donate one of the, I think it's like one of the 300 Ed Hatch prints that we have. I think it's called Business and
Industry.
Business and Industry in Harmony.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know if that's something that council is amenable to or is interested in.
Can we
I'm
donate,
not-
Can I ask a question?
Me too, I have a question
Yeah.
too.
You go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
Just because they're very limited
Mhm.
and they're reserved, I would be fine with us purchasing another at Hatch, like we give to staff members that already have one of those and giving it, not one of our stock ones from the vault.
What's the difference?
His pricing has gone up.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's the difference?
What I'm
If you
saying
gonna
is the
purchase
ones that we
now or
have.
later?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the ones that we have in the vault is limited. And so it's meant to only be given out for certain occasions. And so I was recommending that potentially we could just purchase another option and just donate it. But that was what I was saying. That's fine. My only reservation is, I'm not in favor of the Ed Hatch. I'm sorry, only because of limited quality. But I'm fine with doing something else to help.
Okay.
I'm not.
My question was, we're giving it to them framed or unframed?
Unframed.
Okay, then I'm okay
Yeah.
with that.
And
No, they're doing the framing
Well,
and
how
the
many do
matting
we have
to.
left?
That's fine, but
no.
it's expensive,
Yeah.
is why I was wanting to know.
How
we
many
have
do we have left? What's the lot?
Well,
I think it's
Not
over
your
100.
turn now.
we
My
have,
turn.
yeah, we have
You've been
over
interrupting me
100.
all the whole night.
Okay,
I'm ignoring
sorry.
you now.
Sorry. Okay, hold on. Were you finished with your
She
question?
answered my question.
Okay. Counselor Pelham?
Well, the only thing is, I don't think it should be included for their scholarship, because if they want money for scholarship, they need to go through our system now where we request all the other their nonprofit first of all.
Mhm.
And if we give it to them, and they're not a nonprofit, we set a precedent that anyone can come in and request money for their scholarship programs. So we need to think about that. I don't agree that we should do that for this particular organization or any organization. The Riverball patrons probably could pay for all that stuff themselves if they gave $10 apiece. That's your people, Johnny.
Well, I mean, they're each.
Ooh,
they're,
come on now, don't be.
Well, I'm not going to entertain that part. But the reason why they're doing it is because they're each actually individually donating different things for their silent
Yeah.
auction.
But we can't give money to a nonprofit. Are they a nonprofit?
Correct. Yes,
They are, they aren't.
they are.
They're 501(c)(3).
They are 501c3.
Right.
And they need to apply through Tavia's office whenever, for their scholarship money. We should not be funding money to them just based on a motion, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So we
Well, I
do it
mean-
by that way, I'm not voting for it.
And I mean, we can limit it and say the money that you make off of this is strictly going to the fine arts program.
That's the only, yeah, that would be,
But do they go to the schools for the same thing?
I'm sorry.
I'll wait for after.
yeah, the money, yeah, I'm saying if it should be limited to go to the school's fine arts program
Okay.
versus anything that their scholarship program should be funded by whatever way they raise money.
Okay.
And if they want to come to the city and ask for money, just like the other organizations do through the budget process, that's the way we should do it.
I'm gonna give you that right now.
You what?
I'm just saying, we may be opening the door.
Yeah.
Because
It's a
we
big-
have Western Plantation.
Yeah.
That is a 501c3
Mhm.
nonprofit. They have an auction the first Saturday in November.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So,
Well, historic preservation will probably start doing it too.
so I'm sure if anybody's listening, they're
Yeah,
gonna say,
that's right.
we'll
I-
get the city
Yeah,
to
so
give us
I mean,
one
really
too."
should not, we
No,
probably
you're
probably
right.
should not
You're
do it.
right, you're right. Hadn't thought of that.
But that's what I'm thinking may happen.
And so that amount that we have now will be dwindled really quickly. Because I'll request one for my nonprofit too, to do an auction.
You don't have one, do you?
I don't have one personally, but I'm
Oh.
a part of a lot of organizations that are nonprofit, so I'm definitely gonna request one for every one of them if we approve this tonight.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, the reason why is because they feel like they could probably get more money off of auctioning something off like that if they, properly formatted it and framed it, than instead of just asking straight money from the city. But I mean, if there's not, an interest in it with the city, that's okay. I mean, I can,
Well, and I don't think, I think to be fair, we all have interest, but Ms. Pelham brings a good point. Then we've got to entertain the same thing for every other nonprofit, and at this point, I don't think that's wise of us to do. We just went through a mini budget session, so unfortunately, I would agree with it, but Ms. Pelham brought up a very good point, and I don't think we should.
okay.
What?
Well,
Put that on the record, Debbie Randolph agree with the council. Put that in writing.
All right.
I've
Hold
done
on,
that
hold
before.
on, hold on. We're doing really good with time, Counselor Gore.
I was just about to say, I was being friendly, trying to like offer another one, but you're right, we shouldn't do anything. I'm sorry.
No,
But my
first thing
question
I
was,
thought of.
did they go to the schools the same way they came to us, that this is to benefit their program?
Yeah, they got lots of money.
I mean, I'm not sure, I'm really.
Well, I think what they're doing, they're fundraising to help the arts program. So instead of asking money from the schools and then just to give it right
But we're
back,
not giving them money, we're giving them a good. So
Right,
is
we're
this
giving-
something that schools can donate?
I'm sure that they've asked them. I don't know all the different items. They're finalizing their list of silent auction items, so then that way they can advertise them as part of their sale for their golf tournament.
Unfortunately, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot, like it was brought up, but then also it'd be kind of talking out both sides of our mouth, especially we've been asking for outside agencies to fill out the form for years.
Right.
And then and we're in the budget session and not even doing it.
So, I mean,
That don't
they
make
could do
sense.
that, I mean,
How-
you
how-
go
yeah.
to,
Sorry.
how much they cost?
That's okay.
How much they cost? Mr. Altman may know. Mr. Altman, how much did they cost? Do you know?
The Ed Hatch prints?
Yeah.
This email.
This was actually before March's time.
Yeah, this was a long time.
This
ago.
was back in the
1998.
80s.
Yeah.
1998.
I can find out.
But I think they were, I want to say, I thought they were donated.
They
I
were
think- Well,
donated
actually, I
to us.
think I wanna-
Really?
I think it was 300 and
there
it
was
was
300 that were given, 100 went to HMA, 100 went to
the
Right.
water
council,
renewal.
and 100 went to water renewal.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I know we don't
Water
have
renewal.
300.
Yeah.
I know we don't have 300 because
No.
we've been giving them out since I've been here. Only when someone's of senior
Because
leadership
of the commission.
resigns, and then to our legislators. And I know we only had like less than 100. I mean, like you said, it was divided up. I know we
Yeah.
didn't start off with 300. So in the years that I've been here, I can count how many times we give out. I know that number is low. That's why I was like, how many is left?
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're down to like 10, but it's not like 80.
like-
Yeah, there's
Not
a
many.
stack.
Whatever
Yeah,
that
it's not,
is,
it's
yeah.
not a lot,
There's a
and
stack.
that's all we got. And from my understanding, this is the only one that he has. You can't go buy this print,
Right.
so that's why we need to be preserving it, in my opinion.
Well,
So
it's
we had,
It's not the favorite. I've sold it in one of my estate sales. I sold that exact print, and I sold it to get rid of it quickly at 300. Okay, I had a second print that wasn't that. I sold for 800. I mean, his prices are going up.
I'm not gonna say. Oh, really? Well, see, the ones we got, like I think when Mr. Dane left, he already had one, so we got him the bird or lighthouse,
Yeah.
one of the.
The hummingbird.
Yeah, so it was.
We got a
yeah.
hummingbird, yeah.
So like, I mean, there's other
Another
options.
print.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think you can
Yeah, I
purchase
mean,
this again.
Well, and if you look at the list in the packet, I mean, it was employees that were leaving and counselors that were departing council.
And legislature, like
Yeah.
Senator Dance got
Yeah,
one, Ingram got
absolutely.
one, like that, that's it.
Yeah, so that's kind of what they've been used for, although the policy does say that any counselor can make a request, but it has to come to council. And you can tell by the,
Did you
it's the
launch a new
citizen
one?
counselor newsletter, but it was a CCR.
Sure you got one?
I don't know, I think Eric got, I mean, I think all of the recent.
Yeah, all three of them
Yeah,
got.
got one. When she
Eric
left,
got
she got.
Yeah,
Well, that's when she
yeah.
left.
When
not
she left our district is when we gave it to her
We
because we
gave it
had the event up at the
Beacon
Beacon.
Theater.
Mhm.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just let them know that that we don't want to open up that can of worms. Let's see. Look at this. 2 meetings in a row, guys.
We have a
Do we have other counselor communications?
Yay,
6
1
minutes.
minute apiece.
I just want to say my item, it has to be back added to the agenda for the,
Nobody can hear you.
I'll talk to you offline. It was left off the agenda, it should be added back. We never discussed it, the agenda preparation.
Your CR.
Yeah, I had it for discussion.
I did mention that, but I thought we.
I'm,
Sorry.
I'll take the fault for that one. I thought you said to remove it.
Oh, I would have said for that meeting. I wasn't-
Okay, okay.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
we'll put
I'll
it back on the next
Okay.
agenda. All right.
Council comment.
Counselor comments. We're going to start with Counselor Randolph.
I don't have anything.
Counselor Pellin.
You skip, oh.
Now, I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm going to do like the Supreme Court up here.
I'd like to wish a belated birthday to my oldest and youngest granddaughters. They were
Rotate the
born the
seniority
same
back
day,
and
7 years apart. Imani, Michelle, and Aaron Mackenzie Edmonds. Happy birthday. Enjoyed celebrating with you yesterday. And and to celebrate spring break, thank for all the teachers' diligence and the intercessions, and welcome to the well. And Mr. City Manager, we need to start spreading his philosophy of there is a we in Hopewell. The we has to survive. I like that. Thank you.
All right. Counselor Denton.
Just like to say, it's nice to get through a whole agenda in one night, and I think the citizens should be happy with no increase in their real estate taxes. And I hope everyone has a wonderful
Thanksgiving, Lord.
wonderful Easter, and enjoy your families.
Amen.
All right. Counselor Gore.
I'm good, thank you, I appreciate it.
All right. My closing comments, guys. 2 meetings in a row.
All right. Give a hand of applause to the moderator.
Don't break your
Yeah,
arm
I'll say-
patting
yeah,
yourself
I'll
on the back.
So moved. Oh, yeah, second.
Yep.
Can I get a roll call, please, Ms. Bess?
I put that away, but I'll pull it back out.
Just, how about an aye? All in
Yeah,
favor?
all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
By consensus.
All right, meeting is adjourned.
Man, you like a general assembly there.
It's exciting. 2 meetings in a row.
Yeah, it is a miracle.
It's the small things in life.
Yes. Safe travels.
Buzzing me.
Have a nice night. No, I'm taking the stairs. Have a great night.
Night, sir. Hey, Molly? If y'all hold the elevator, I'll unlock it.